Hey guys, welcome. Today we'll be playing some Witch, but before that we'll be working on the filter again. Now, I leveled today my Witch to the very end game. I ran exactly one map. She's capable of running, well, let's say T1, T2, T3 map, something like that, but we still need to like gear her up and do a bunch of improvements and preparations, all of this good stuff. But as I said before, this is for later. We're gonna park her for now. Also, we need to price like all of the stash steps. Before we get there, I do actually want to spend some good time today working on the loot filter. John, just ask a question, and we'll see. I don't do this whole can you help? Ask a question. I'll give my best. I can't download. What? This one. See multiplayer, for example, the image a problem guitar for me. Half of the files doesn't download, and the desktop app also gives me an error. I did, but it's almost empty. Uh, mm, can you try Git pulling instead? Can you see if you can pull it with Git instead of downloading? I'm not downloading some render code, but yeah, I'm not sure what else to tell there. Sorry, there's this. I don't think so. It could be an issue with GitHub, of course, but very likely it's something on your end. So something like antivirus or something similar. Yeah. All right. So today's plan. Today we are today we are going over the whole filter again. We'll be analyzing everything from top to bottom, seeing what can be improved. So we'll be doing a big sweep over the new filter file. I don't expect for it to compile or work today, but I want to improve the structure again today. And I think tomorrow we'll start putting everything together and start fixing whatever errors there are so that we can start actually building and testing it. Then we'll start filling up the base types, and then we'll start designing the style for it. All right, so something really important is that we try maximizing consistency. So I want to see if we can find a whole bunch of endgame commands. I want to replace it with these sort of EG commands. And the same gonna go with the leveling. And that will be replaced with level. I do believe the command should work like that. All right, so right here I am. Then we have this item level. How do we define endgame? We define endgame and the level both by the area level. This might be problematic at times, I think. But I think we'll try going with that this way still. Okay. We'll hear from YouTube. I think that might be wise. Sorry, John, I saw your message just now. But yeah, you're very much welcome. I should do something about the whole multi-streaming part. It's honestly, it's on my end. I should stop being lazy and just spend some time configuring the whole multi-streaming properly. All right, so salvageable items. Let's go through that again from the start to bottom. So these are our functions. These are basically just reusable methods or just reusable snippets. So we have identified mods. Clean is a non-corrupted, non-mirrored item. Typical is quality is 0 and it doesn't have any sockets. Level means error level is leveling, and that means error level is smaller than endgame level. Endgame means error level is larger or equal to the endgame level. Top mods means the item level of the item is larger or equal to the EG top mods, that's 82. Farm from 2 takes two variables and says this rule or this item is highlighted from starting with the item level, minimum item level, up to a specific area level. Then we have armor evasion, energy shield, armor evasion, armor energy shield, and energy shield evasion. These seem all fine to me. Then we have the flask highlight function. All right, so I need to keep talking so that I don't distract myself, right? And actually focus on everything. Okay, so we're gonna start with gold. So we have 5 gold rules. Gold stacks of 10,000 and higher. This is not something that currently seems to be dropping, but it's a good thing to have this rule up. Maybe someone saw 10,000. I never saw that. Gold stacks of over 3,000. That's actually happening in the endgame quite a bit. And over 500. This is kind of at the least remarkable endgame stack. And then we have the leveling stack, which is 300 to be interesting. Then we have anything else that just receives a certain visual highlight. Then we get to the exotic bases, and the exotic bases, there is the super exotic bases. These are items that are not supposed to be dropping in this form, but who knows for GG arts. A good example of that is the Grand Regalia. So this base, the one I'm using on my witch right now, it has armor, evasion, and energy shield, and it's called a Grand Regalia. Now you shouldn't be able to find this base in a unique version, but maybe there is a possibility, and then I want to see it. Then we have to the common exotic bases. These are bases that don't usually drop, but under specific condition they drop. I think that right now the only common exotic base is the breach ring. Okay, then we get to the quest items. Let's inspect those. They are both tagged. They have bases exotic misc T2. Oh, 1 second. Sorry, someone at the door. All right, we are back. Sorry, neighbor was here, and she had a good point. It seems that everyone in the apartment received too high costs for water, electricity, and heating, and something's up, and it's a bit weird. It seems that the new company that is doing that is kind of messing with the numbers or something. I kind of received that, looked at it, and was just very unhappy with that, but she took action. Very cool. Anyway, let's proceed. Exotic bases. So we've been talking about that before. These are the tier 1 exotic bases, and these are the tier 2 exotic bases. This looks very correct. So I'm glad that this is looking fine. Then we have the quest item exceptions, quest-like exceptions. Those are the sanctum keys and the quest items. These are totally fair as well. We have the artifacts with the fishing rods and pieces. This seems fine and good. And then we get to the exotic mods, which currently do not exist. So we're going to yeet it out for now. We can definitely bring it back later. We have the exotic item states, where we have the double corruption and the overquality state. Currently, I don't think you have a lot more exotic item states. Kimchi. Pss, pss, pss. Kimchi. Kimchi. Pss, pss, pss. Kimchi. Kimchi. This is the exotic cat. Hey, Kimchi. Hey, Prickly. Look at her. She's a very adorable fluffetta. Alright, so but yeah, we have this exotic state items. I think we can simplify the scoping here. Okay, so the exotics. Alright, crafting on normal basis. This is the part where one of the parts where I probably will be coming back to that like 70 times. Since I don't really, this is one of those things, there's no perfect solution there. Then we have the economy-based bases. Those will currently be disabled because I don't think I can start them at the very beginning. Actually, let me check something. Fury Ninja. Not there yet. Alright, so then we get to the craft normal decorators. And there we have the Julie and the normal item decorator and the normal crafting. T1 ideal level. T1, T2, and T3. So the bases kind of go like that. So we both care about the level and the bases themselves. I do wonder if this is a good idea. Let's for now try to simplify the structure. So we're gonna go with T3, T2, T1, this sort of structure then. And then we have the decorator remover. So let's think about that. This means starting with a specific level, up to a specific level, we want to see all the bases of a certain type. It's a bit silly, isn't it? I think a better way to think about that is kind of like that. Crafting bases. Yeah, it's kind of weird there. The whole situation gets changed a lot by the fact that you're kind of expected to craft in the endgame. One second. Sorry, I need to pause. I can't pause because then see the cat is blocking the screen. I'll be right back. 1 second. Alright, back. Yeah, I still feel weird about the crafting bases. This is such a mess. This is such a mess. This is such a mess. Okay, let's think about the structure a little bit. So what kind of use cases do we have? Do you know if my filter will be supported by consoles when it's ready? Console support is not up to me. I would definitely like to have some console support ready, but console support depends on GGG, not me, you know? If GGG will enable APIs for the upload of filters, then it will be supported. Same goes for GeForce now. If they don't, nothing I can do. The only thing I can tell you, GG is actually aware of the issue with the consoles, and I've been talking to them, and maybe, without telling anything, I can't confirm anything, but maybe there will be a temporary solution. But you know, this needs to be confirmed by GG. So this is the only thing I can tell you. Okay, let's start with the ones that we definitely know. So this thing means that starting with level 82, we only want to see the absolute best bases, right? This is basically the way the zoo should be working. It doesn't look like 1 year will be enough for full release. I don't know. I really don't know about that. I think a lot of people underestimate how quickly GG is working and how quickly they can change their game. I think they might be actually capable of releasing a full release in 1 year. Okay, starting with level 82, we only want to see the absolute best bases, right? It's honestly more about the item levels. Now, starting with show best item level bases. The one is show the absolutely best endgame basis for crafting. Okay, I'm kind of coming up with a plan. So, all three rules start with the area level 65 requirement. They are, however, limited by the item level? No, by the area level. By the top area level. So it will be something like area level 65. Do we want to really do the area level limitation there? So something like 65 until 81 goes to this rule. Not sure if it's the area level, to be honest, but still. Then we have the secondary rule, which is something like still it's more or less the same, right? No. Also, this is more about the item level, honestly. It's so weird. Both cases have their advantages. How did they do it in PoE1? I have a happy hippo to snack. I use item level limitations here. Is this correct? They also indicated that the other classes work is close to 80% done. You know, this is the issue that honestly, I wouldn't rely on that thing. "80% done" might mean 80% of the assets and balancing and so forth is done, but you know, once you're actually done with the initial kind of setup, you then need to playtest this, and then you figure out, well, this isn't actually good. Like, you could say Warrior is also 80% done in PoE too. A lot of people dislike it and don't have fun and find it too slow and so forth. So, you know, done, the definition is done is very important here. The account characters 80% done? Yeah, some of them. I think the way I should go about that is that this thing defines purely the base types. There's no item level definition there. So you can then define the item levels yourself. The only rule here is that it kind of requires you to be in the end game, right? So this is the way I'll probably go with these areas. Now we may add a hide rule there as well. Or we could disable them with certain area levels. So what we can do here is we can pretty much say that this thing gets disabled at, let's say, rule area level, I don't know, 75, something like 70, area level 75. Then you have something area level, but I'm not sure if this is actually something I want to do. And this conditional disabling of certain rules. Maybe it should be based on the strictness system. Either way, I need to rethink this part. You can read area level for the filtering. Yes, this can actually be read. Hey Janinos, welcome. How are you? So these should be fine. This is decorator remover. Then we get to the salvage bases. These should be absolutely fine. These are endgame salvage bases. We can also give them certain area level requirements, so this should be fairly easy. But this is something that people can do on FilterBlade. You can also fairly easily attach certain other rules to that. Or we can have like a version of this that has smaller and larger items. I think that would make sense. So we'll try to do that. Sockets. If the number of socket height is larger equal than 2, well, it's the large, and we have this small version. This is nice to have a little bit more control later on. Okay, and then we have the crafting item chancing. Sorry, I need a short bio break. Be right back. All right, I'm back, and sorry about the constant breaks. Certainly not the most interruption-free stream so far. So, salvageable rules. Sockets large, sockets small. Classes equip, classes attack, classes cast, classes armor. We have rarity small equal to magic being set there. Then we go to crafting. This looks all fine, right? Then we go to the chancing rules. The chancing rules are pretty simple. Just put whatever chancing should be there in the bases, and then we have rarity normal, clean, auto chancing, and some style indications. Gonna remove the style for now. Also, let's go with any. Endgame flasks. There's a lot of rules there. So this is auto endgame flasks. Rarity is less or equal to rare. It's magic, but still. There is the, you know what, we gotta go with magic. They don't, the rare flasks don't take this. Let's not mess things up. It only applies in endgame. It requires the flask to be clean, and it will only work with the best life mana assorted things. So we have some early mapping life mana rules, which will disable pretty fast. Then we have a 10 quality and 20 quality rule, which will disable on different strictness levels. I think we could go with like this, like 15 and 1 instead. And then we have the charms. We have the optimal level quality charms. The charms. I'm not too sure if an optimal level charm exists at this point, honestly. And we have the early mapping charms. I think I'm removing that, and I'm just adding this charm and quality. And we might also just add something like any charm. Oh yeah, we have any charm. That's there we go, that's fine. Also, I lied to you guys. I have coffee, no tea today. My crimes are plenty, and they're severe. Alright, rare decorators. Rare item levels larger than the endgame level. Okay, so we are basically done there, right? So we are done with the normal rules. Everything here is technically done. Normal magic rules are all here. Then we get to the hide level layer. The hide layer by default, will show everything on the lowest thickness. It requires, e.g., rarity is smaller than rare, and classes need to be classes equipped. Then we get to the rare decorator. This is sort of true. What we also require is the jewelry section. Just show pretty much any single jewelry we care about. Random jewelry, right? Let's create a rule for that. Wait, am I writing it correct? Am I missing? I keep writing this word wrong. Jewelry. Okay, it's correct. Section. All right, so well, we have the optimal base types up there already. So what we need to instead is a class, a level, right? You can just go with this might be it. It's as simple as that. We'll give it a sort of strictness and some rules and we are fine. Then get to the salvageable, crafting, endgame, endgame charms. And then we're gonna start with the hide layers. There's our general hide layer. Then we go to the rare decorators. So the hide layers seem fine. Then we get to the rare decorators. The rare decorators don't necessarily need to be used in any way. So this is the nice thing about them. We can just put them there and be okay with them existing. I need to review the whole approach to endgame tiering, to be honest. But I think in this case, we're just gonna go with endgame as a rule. So we have large rares, medium rares 2, and tiny rares. We also have item level 2 as the best level. We have corrupted rares as a rule and corrupted rares implicit as well. One second, I need to check something. Okay, so endgame, rare rings, amulets, these have a tiering as usual. I'm not sure if we need quite this much of a tiering as in PoE1, to be honest. In general, the whole approach I've been taking in PoE 1 is making this a bit weird. Because in PoE 2 we have a lot more base progression in the endgame. So tiering based on purely kind of like economical tier of a base is a weird concept. Because in a sense, PoE 2 is more complicated with its bases than PoE 1 is. First of all, bases are much less replaceable. For instance, if you're going for a warrior right now, and I'm going to assume it's going to be the same even when they implement something like slams and, axes and swords, I don't think you'll be able to use like your swords with most of the warrior attacks. So I think swords will be exclusive to swords attacks and axes will be mostly exclusive to axe attacks. Maybe there will be some overlap. For instance, I actually want to see that if this is true. Okay, this requires a mace. Is there any... Okay, this requires a shield. So there's the one ability that is not mace. Shockwave Totem is not a mace. This requires a shield. There's more coming, but still. Mace. But single 200 mace, okay.
Hold down the button for supercharged slam to charge up a massive swing. The longer you hold, the more damage it will deal and the more aftershocks the slam will create.
This is actually probably the reason I would level a warrior.
Seismic Cry damages and knocks back enemies. If it hits an enemy...
But still, mace.
Hammer of the Gods calls down a giant hammer to crush your enemies. After a delay, the hammer will slam into the ground and deal massive damage. Hammer...
But yeah, once again, mace, right? So pretty much every single attack here, with very few exceptions, is mace-based. So this means the actual tiering of the bases will need to be treated probably a bit differently. Well, to be fair, I don't think it's that complicated. We have like optimal bases, and we have optimal bases, decent bases, and suboptimal bases. I think this is what it basically goes down to. So the whole idea could be, I kind of was using a 4-tier system in PoE 1. Maybe we can just go down to PoE 2 to 3 tiers. So it will be an optimal, the best bases, okay bases, and bad bases. So this kind of makes it a lot easier to filter the whole thing. And on top of that layer, we can add the whole highlight layer that I've been thinking about. I think this kind of makes for a much better and smoother approach there. Let's see if we can actually implement that. So I have 3 tiers here now. I'm kind of considering using 4 tiers again, just as a capability to have this sort of fine gradual change later on, but I suppose we'll have to think about that in the future. Identify item handling. Hey Rio, welcome. How are you doing? We may remove this for now. Yep, I'm doing very well. I mean, yesterday Christmas time started, okay, Christmas vacation started. Reaching cool, very nice. I reached maps with my witch today. Only ran one map so far. We're gonna be running more maps later on. So that section is a bit weird. I'm obviously gonna tell. But it should be working. It's just the brackets are weird. It's a bit weird because they're using these comment structures and then there's this bracket structure and it looks very awful to my eyes, but it's actually working out really, really well. But yeah, I think this is pretty much what we need to do. We can add these incremental height layers here as well. I think these have been working pretty well in PoE 1. You can add them with higher strictnesses. And then we get the untiered rare catcher, which are socketed quality items. I think I'll put the quality item above the socket item. As it stands, quality has a higher value than sockets. Okay, then we have this spirit and skill and game skills. And I do think I want to add an additional rule. So this is specifically for endgame, right? And give this an item level 18. It's not a common language, it's domain language. So it's something specifically designed for the creation of filters. But this, it's called exile, but this language, so this domain language is being passed in C# into the filter language. Okay, the endgame hide layer is here. And this could be a highlight layer by default. And then we get to the socketable runes, and then we have these two tiers, which I suppose are right. And we have the cores, which should be also fine. So you want it, okay? Tiers and cores. Let's maybe add these into the tiering list instead. That will be ready. 1 to 3 weeks. Something like that. Let me exchange the headset battery really quick. Okay, then we get to the jewels, and this is any timeless, rare, and magic jewels. It should be fine as well. We have the bases being set, and we have the trial relics. This is also fine. So just whatever relics we find, slap them there and it will be good. Okay, gems and uncut gems. These seem to be fine as well. I probably could merge them a bit, but I'm okay with that. I think some people would like coloring those. Alright, so if any gem drops, it will be caught here. Then we get to the Waystone searing. Let's remove these for now. Just normal Waystones, right? Oh, I forgot I have some notes here. This is pretty cool, honestly. It might be worth respecting just to get this. That's not really interesting. I hate that. I don't care for that. Oh, these are kind of shitty. Okay, so Waystone again. So we get to the decorators. These are the appearances of Waystones. This should be fine. These provide basically upgrades on the Waystones. We can technically add that. There's no harm in that. If there's implicit or corrupted mods, we show them there. And then we get to the progression, which is pretty much exactly this. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. Okay, so the same as in PoE 1. Okay, then we get to the leveling currency. And the leveling currencies are... We have the rare, magic, and wisdom currencies, which you have defined already. So this basically just upgrades a few things to a higher tier. And then we have the regular currency tiering. This is exactly what you know from PoE 1. This is also should be working all fine. Then we get to the emotions. And we need to redefine this whole style thing, but other than that, this seems to be pretty alright. And then we get the catalyst rules. Which is T1, T2, T3, T4, T5. And these seem pretty boring. I think everything is pretty much fine here. We need to redefine all the styles there. And then we get to the Omen. Same story. For now, no styles being defined. And we get to some undroppable currencies there. They should probably receive some sort of a highlight as well. Okay, tablets. From the pure appearance, they look alright. We're not populating this for now. Tablets. Tablets just have their own fragment tier list, and I suppose I'm okay with that. We have the currency splinter simulacrum. Does it count for the PoE pad if I buy subs now? Yeah, as far as I'm aware, if you give 2 subs to this channel or to any channel, you'll be getting the pet in PoE. Thanks, I'm glad you enjoy my work. We are working on a big boy filter for PoE2 now. Okay, these two things are missing, right?
Glorious.
Today is last day over. Oh, sorry, I'm not sure if I can refund this up. I honestly didn't know that. Let's take a look. I don't know. It worked yesterday, I know that much. Let me check the creator dashboard. 1 second. Wait, there you go. Purchasing or gifting subscription. Get rewards by purchasing or gifting subscriptions to NeverSink's channel while they're live in PoE, watching NeverSink while they're in PoE too. Ends December 22nd, so until yesterday, until tomorrow, yeah. Actually don't have this one yet, I think. Right, very cool. Apologies. So, let's add those two. Prizes, fragments, and logbooks.
Spectacle.
Thank you so much. Und danke sehr, Rost. By the way, guys, what are these? What is Cowardly Fate, Deadly Fate, and Victorious Fate? What are these items? I know they exist, I just don't know what they do. Does anyone know that? Are those the Trial Master keys? Keys for the Trial Master for the Force Ascendancy. Okay, and how do you get those? Huh? I'm just confused. What are they for then? I mean, the way that I know you basically... So I'm just confused. I got my last ascendancy by finishing the Sanctum, the barrier, right? Also my previous character. So I have this ultimatum key, and this tells me... wait, not this one, not this one. Like this one, right? Oh, you need to do multiple ones, and then you get the Trial Master. Oh my god. That's nasty. I thought you... Okay. Okay, I see. So you need... Oh my god, that's so annoying. A bit of a shame because I would want to see how they look if I drop them. Is any of them more rare than the others? Yeah, they are. Okay, well, honestly, just give me one, I don't care. Need to test this out for the filter, and I can run this for the last ascent anyway at some point, so that's okay. Bit of a waste of 10x for me, but probably not the biggest sacrifice humanity has seen. Flex? Yes, I did. You can get it here. It actually got a bunch of updates as well. As Quasar said. It's the one I'm currently running, by the way, so I'm using my basic filter. I'm fairly happy with the way it's working right now. So, Cowardly Fate, Deadly Fate, and Victorious Fate. Alright, I'm okay with that. Yeah, definitely should. I mean, the first one they released in the first days was, I'm gonna be honest, that's kind of shaky. I'm not blaming myself for that, because I released it out like after 1.5 days of playtesting and no living, and was both in a hurry and underslept because I had to catch like a flight for a business trip. But you know, then like I think like 7 or 8 days later after the trip, I played a little bit more. Improved it, and now it's in a much better state than before. It's much cleaner, much easier to use. It hides a bunch of trash. It's a lot better. But yeah, that seems good. So we are showing the crisis. Oh no, wait, we're not showing the crisis fragments yet. So we're not showing them yet. Now let's add the logbooks. And let's just call this like kind of fragments special. We're gonna slap them here. Special map like. I need the expedition logbook. How is this thing called in PoE 2? I haven't found one after playing quite a bit. Great. It helps a little bit. It's not perfect, but it removes quite a bit of clutter still. I mean, it's a general filter, right? It's designed to be used pretty much by anyone. Expedition logbook. I think that is just logbook. When you will think NeverSink will be updated for PoE 2 and there will be new section PoE 1, PoE 2. Okay, beyond you, like, I'm very impressed by the amount of gibberish you've put into that, but I think I understood the point. If you're talking about FilterBlade, 1 to 3 weeks, and yes, there will be a PoE and PoE 1 and PoE 2 section. Do you know any info when G will be adding syncing for consoles? It is a waiting game. I don't know exactly. They might add some intermediate solution in the middle, in between, but I can't really confirm anything yet. I am talking to them. They are aware of the issue. They're actively aware of the issue, but you know, they also have like people going on vacation and Christmas and a lot of other work going on, but they are very much aware. So I want to assure you that I'm not the only person who receives like 300 PMs because of that. I was trading. No excuses. Don't write gibberish. So logbooks are also in. And it's actually very simple. These rules are like as simple as it gets, right? It's just the class, and then you give it a little bit of a style, and you're golden. Many of these are very, very simple. Like this one's a little bit more complicated, but also very, very simple. Alright, misc map items. Then we have the Jin Barya and the inscribed ultimatum that is corrupted. It's kind of hilarious. I didn't know that there are corrupted inscribed ultimatums, but there are, and they're actually very special. Then we go to the relics, and these are pretty much non-existent yet, so that's fine. And then we get to the whatever misc map items we can find. Full fragments, also good. Alright, so this basically, we get to the remaining currency and the uniques. The uniques are pretty much empty right now. I haven't really put anything in there. The structure is the same as in PoE 1. No modifications there. but we'll just have to wait and populate that. Alright, then we get to the salvageable items, which include the sockets. I have another name, that's a command, it's weird. I'm gonna call it socketed. And this is leveling, this is the leveling part, right? We might wanna reuse the... I think I'm gonna reuse this command. It's exactly the same thing. Okay, this seems good. Just my understanding, what? Invoker skill, let me through grace, gives you the amount of spirit for your ER constantly regarding of having any debuffs. Yeah. It doesn't actually care about the anything. It doesn't care about your passive tree. The only thing that matters is the amount of evasion. Is the amount of evasion in your body armor. So this number here is the only thing that matters. The order of rules is that the rules at the very top matter the most. Every item can be matched by exactly one or no rules. So if no rule matches the item, then the item will be shown based on the usual PoE rules. So you pretty much want to add something like rule at the very top that says show base type, dual string, whatever, and give it some color and maybe provide a rarity. Okay, so we're on to the leveling part now. Yep, it's the body evasion rating. It's pretty good. It's honestly, it's an amazing node. I think so. I've been playing a ton of Monk so far, and I think Monk is absolutely amazing. And Monk, it's kind of funny because Monk, in my opinion, has 3 good nodes on the passive tree. On the ascendancy tree, 3 good nodes, because and no other good nodes at the same time. But those 3 are so freaking good that you're absolutely destroying everything. My defenses on my Monk are just absolutely insane. I think you still die to like AoEs and AoEs or on death effects. You can still die to those, but physical attacks, I'm basically immune against them. Like any sort of normal attacks, I just don't care. And you have at the same time a ton of spirit. You ignore elemental defenses. The 3 ascendancies are the spirit one, the one after spirit one, the one that turns evasion to armor. It's so freaking good. And the one that ignores elemental resistances. Those 3. And then the 4th can be whatever you like. Elemental expression sadly is pretty bad. But you can also get something else. It doesn't really matter. You can get like something like get some extra cold damage. It's not much. Just like the last point isn't really great. The big thing about the Invoker is just, it sounds a little bit bad when you read it, right? It reduces your evasion rating. But the key to that is what exactly it reduces. So what it reduces is not this number. This is not the number that the Ascendancy reduces. It reduces this number, the evasion rating. So it reduces this by 40%. And the evasion rating here scales in a peculiar way. So if you have, let's say, if you have, I don't know, 10,000 evasion, you probably have like 70% evasion rating. If you have 6,000, you have 60% evasion rating. So dropping from 70 to 60% is a big hit, but it's not a huge hit, right? You can survive that. However, then you get something like 60% armor, which is suddenly you have like amazing defenses, because you suddenly have both the evasion and the armor defenses, and pretty much physical hits are just so good. Yeah, I so I'm pretty sure, by the way, this Ascendancy will get nerfed. It's I'm pretty sure Invoker will receive some sort of nerf over time. Right now, I think Invoker Monk is just bonkers. It feels like PoE 1. So my clear speed feels nearly PoE 1 level. I basically dash across all screen to any enemy, so as long as I have line of sight, my Shattering Palm has a range that I can dash to any enemy on screen. Then I apply AoE, I have like 1-2 hits, and then everything explodes. The whole pack, including rares, just instantly dead. And then I dash to the next group. It's so freaking good. I'm just a little bit bored of it. And then we have the leveling charms. Hey, Kodila, welcome. I've been actually blasting enough. I'm playing a witch right now. It's definitely way slower and methodical, but I do feel like I'm enjoying it still. I think the cool thing about witch is this is something, honestly, witch gameplay is kind of I'm gonna use the word mid. I dislike the word, but then you get to detonate that. And I didn't know that I was so into blowing freaking corpses up. But it feels so satisfying. So your minions like kill one monster, and then it feels like PoE 2, where you just, sorry, not PoE 2, like Diablo 2. Diablo 2 had this super amazing necromancer gameplay, where you like blow one corpse up, and the cast time on detonate that in PoE 2 in Diablo 2 is like super short, and then it kind of is like a chain reaction. You just keep blowing up the whole pack. This is how it feels like. It's just so so satisfying. I will be playing that later. I do want to keep playing, but you see there's kind of the trail of my changes today. So once we're gone to the very bottom, we'll be playing some PoE 2. You no longer need to kill stuff first. There's a way to blow up your living minions to start the DD party. What kind of unique allows that? I've heard there's some way to do that. How do you do that? Eine Zoom von QE Q eine Zoom von. I think I have that. Sacrifice aura? Where do I get the sacrifice aura? Is it something I can spec in? Oh, it's a spirit gem. Okay. Oh, I didn't see that one. Your undead reviving minions can be used in place of corpses. But your minion revives slowly. Okay. It could be fun to like switch to take it up and switch to an op slot and use this. We have this even. Okay. I can see us trying this out later. Kind of go for maybe even go for a dual tree technique. Also, fucking facts for life. Anyway, filter, guys. I need to finish the filter. We can't just be QEing here. Decorators. We need to stay strong, right? Focus on programming. Alright, decorators. So leveling decorators, leveling prayer, item level. Okay, let's replace this with level. Okay, then we get to this, which basically leveling charms. Do we need to specify that everywhere? We might have to specify that. So we have the universal rules like the jewelry rule. We might also not need to do that because all the things above have a specific level. I need to check if this is actually necessary. So we have these alternative highlights that we can enable. Now I'm not sure if these should be enabled or disabled by default. It's kind of weird. You stack a ton of HP for your skeleton brute, revive them with clerics and with ascendancy, which ignite magnitude you can add ignite with physical. It's interesting. I like it. That's an interesting approach. I actually want to try out. So what? Okay, no, guys, later. Filter work now. PoE later, right? Leveling gear, low level, venerable. Alright, so these are the specific classes. I'm not sure if this is sufficient. I'm not sure if these should be enabled or disabled by default, but it sounds like something that could be actually pretty good as a base setup. I think it's more intuitive to have these enabled. I think it's more intuitive to have these enabled. And then we can pretty much use some sort of mini UI to auto adjust these. Will there soon be another update in the filter, or need more time to perfect the filter? Well, I'm not sure yet. I might drop like an update tomorrow or something. But I'm currently working on the real thing, because the filter I've published on GitHub is kind of like a minimal temporary thing. It's not the long-term solution. So I would like to restore FilterBlade and all the things involved with that. I mean, it works for now, right? It gets the job done. I will definitely look into potential improvement opportunities here and there. Yeah, the weapon types seem fine, armor types fine, been checking a few stats there. And then we get the venerable things, which are the basically, we can call them others instead. This is all the equipment there. So this seems alright as well. Then we get to the magic decorators. And the magic decorators are pretty much, you should be right. I don't think I will be actually using them quite a bit. So these will be, a lot of them will be mostly for the users on FilterBlade to design. I might add something like the tiny decorator there. So we have the purpose picked items there, and this is right now just the jewelry, so it's the only magic item that kind of overrides the other lists. And then we have the conditional rules, which is armor, evasion, energy shield, all of these, right? So this block here, it's the same as the block above, but this is disabled by default, and the player can basically decide how this one will be used. I think this is a good approach there. You can pretty much toggle these, or you can have like an auto configure mode for these. That works. But it is the same mode as above, so we will probably use this up there as well. Okay, other normal magics. I should have this override rule anyway. I want to check that. The normal magic. So we have the first area level and the early boots. It's fine that we have the magic item misc, large blockers, medium magic blockers. So we have these disabled rules that we can add if you want to. And then we have rest, act 1, act 2, and rest. This is also all right. Okay, and then we have the hide all sections, and we're done with that. Right, so this seems to be... Now let us go through every single one of these blue messages as the waypoints. So C0 start override all rules. C2 exotic all. Exotic items, breaching, fishing rods, quest items. Okay, C3 exotic state O. Exotic state fractured, fractured and double corrupted. No. Okay, then we get to C4 gear crafting decorators. Crafting decorators, visual override for crafting items, crafting bases, generic, magic, and normal bases. Not generic. It's kind of like handpicked. Handpicked magic and normal base. Then we get to the jewelry. Endgame magic and normal jewelry. This is crafting bases. Jewelry, endgame magic and normal. Salvageable bases. C4 gear chancing bases. Then we have flasks. Endgame charms. This is the hide layer. All other endgame equipment, normal, and magic items. Okay, then we get to C6 rare decorator. Oh, I missed. Hey, guys. How are you? Everything costs 50 plus div now. Yeah, that's been a bit of crazy thing going on. I've spent, by the way, pretty much most of my currency because I've been trying the Arbiter over and over, and I finally slapped the boss. It's been quite fun, and I leveled myself a witch. I'm taking a break from the monk. I feel like there's not much more to explore there. Rare endgame items. Decorators. Let's see, 6 rare generic O. Rare endgame items. Optional hiding identified rares. Okay, optional hiding identified rares. Corrupt hider. Hide rares corrupted. Let's also call that. optional hiding corrupted and mirrored items. Random items, amulets, rings, belts, jewelry belt, drop hider, hide low level items on high levels. T1, T2, T3. Unseared rares, salvageable bases. Okay. And then we get to the hydro. Socketables, runes and soul cores. That's fine. Jewels. C7 jewels. I don't have any news for GeForce Now. Whenever PoE has done that, it's on the side of GEG, not on my end. Alright, relics, Trial of the Sekama. But you know, it's you shouldn't be like finding a lot of gear for like 50 divines. Most of the gear is 50 divines, like extreme prices. I think most gear is like 1 to 2 divines. That is very good. So you should be fine. Okay, relics generic all, relics, gems all, uncut gems, gems all, gem rules. Other gems. Gems, uncut. Gems, okay. Specific. The Waystones, override all. Ah, there's the error. Waystone, override all. Waystone, generic, special cases, Waystones, override. Either rules. What is that? Waystone, generic, special cases. Waystones, override, hide the rules, okay? Waystones, decorators. Waystone. Let's remove that. Currency, leveling currency. Tier list currency, general. Tier list, distilled emotions, delirium. Tier list, catalyst, reach. Tier list essences. Tier list omen. Okay, others. Then fragments and splinters. Reliquary items. So that's ultimatum keys, barriers. Trial keys. Currency unique all. Should be 11, I think. Will be strictness in the filter? Yeah, absolutely. There will be strictness in the filter in the future, but in the, in the real filter, the kind of the little thing I have released is not the real filter. It's kind of like the temporal solution until FilterBlade is live. All right. We might actually publish like a small update with like increased strictness. Do I want to do that now? It's kind of like a mixed bag. On one hand, I really don't want to spend more time on this temporary solution. On the other hand, I think I would be actually helping a lot of people by creating a little bit of a strictness update. Okay, compromise. We're doing that tomorrow. Tomorrow we are building strictnesses for the mini filter. Okay, so we've done a little bit of work on the FilterBlade filter here. So you see all the red things where I remove something, green ones on the ones we added. So another day of good FilterBlade work. So with that, we have pretty much the base prepared. I think the whole base is done. We now need to populate it with base type, strictness, and style data, which we'll be doing over the next days. Hey, Sideways. More work in progress. PoE2 filter. A base ready. I feel like this will be doing a good job. I think I might want to take a look at the rares. I might want to see if I want to apply the same kind of advanced logic that we've done everywhere else. It would be pretty nice because it allows us to provide users with a very easy way to override their preferred playstyles. And the structure kind of has the same syntax everywhere. I'll leave this question out for tomorrow. I'm very happy how it works for leveling. I think it will be very good. But yeah, I think I'm fine with that. Let's actually have some gameplay. So I'm actually very excited for that. Because I know my witch is now finally in the end game. We have not actually started doing any mapping yet. I've run one map, right? But I think I have completed all the quests. Let's quickly check if everything is there. And then we can start leveling. Well, not leveling, but think what build you're going for. I'm not quite sure yet. It's I mean, I'm honestly just kind of exploring every character, you know. I'm not trying to be super efficient here. I'm kind of eyeing the sun damages. I'm kind of eyeing the sun damages there. After this map, we'll also be buying some gear because, by the way, I received this item. So I self-found this item from the Uber boss. Well, not the Uber boss, from the Arbiter, right? So it's the final boss in the game. Corrupted it, got an additional socket. I love the roll. So these two things, the spirit and the maximum life, there's like a lot of variations there. There's variation where it gives like elemental resistance per rune or socket. So I thought, okay, spirit and maximum life, I can make an Infernalis out of that. So we'll be doing our Ascendancy, the third one, later. And then we can use this in order to even further increase our life. That means more spirit and more energy shield. I think it's an interesting approach. I'm not sure if it's the best armor. Probably not, but I think it's a fun approach. So we'll be seeing how that works. Let's see how it goes. So we're just going to run one single, you know, T1 again. And afterwards, we're going to slowly start ramping the maps and also working on our gear. I would like to return wherever my character is right now. Wait, what? That's not how it works. Yeah, I think I want to go here. And this is the way I wanted to take. What's the size of my monitor? You can... There you go. So yeah, just a tier 1 map with some mostly leveling found gear.
Someone is watching me.
Pleased with yourself? Feel all high and mighty, O powerful god slayer.
Get out of my head.
What took my head? So we'll see how we'll be able to handle the difficulty on our witch. I'm not sure it will be easy. I think my character isn't very strong right now. Finding some exalted up, which is nice. But this is still a tier 1 map, so it's very much at the beginning. Have you had the problems with the game crashing? No. I did have issues with sometimes the game just completely freezing up and dropping me to the login screen. And then backtracking me a bit. But I think those are server issues. I mean, they are server issues. Damn, the monsters in this map are so fast. It's also interesting because I'm going into T1 maps, yes. But this character, but we have all the atlas unlocked. So you know our, we have all of the perks, all of the extra rares, our, the bosses we fight have, sorry, the rares and bosses we fight all have extra affixes. That'll be interesting. Wait, what? What have I done? Oh, I forgot you. It's been a change in my end. I haven't published that. Don't worry. It's just a class. You just something on my end. Oh, good. Cookies Corner, thank you. Hope you had a good time. We are starting to run my witch at the level 2. So is that basically the second map I'm running on my witch? It's my second character, or the second character that is worst, where it's worse to speak of the progress. Hey there, Cookies Corner. You're very much welcome. Glad you enjoy my work. Yeah, actually the idea that you can use your minions for sacrifice is very, very cool. I'm thinking about it right now, and I'm thinking about, wow, we can do so many interesting things with that. We can use it to like summon high-powered zombies. If we want to. I'm not sure if high-powered zombies are worth it, to be honest, but still. We can at least do that. Gameplay is a little bit slow, but methodical, you know. We need to slap more AoE onto our... get AoE onto the detonate that. I think it will be much better once we have more AoE. And damage. Because I think the detonate that will be what... it's like one of the main things how to make this build scale really well. We got ourselves a little bit of a level up. I'm gonna grab this node, more energy shield. It's kind of cool how easy it is to actually gain energy shield right now. You know, I barely have anything for energy shield overall. So I have 30 energy shield here, 72 on my helmet, and 200 ES on my body armor. That is it. Nothing else grants any. Oh, so well, okay, there's a little bit here and there. I lied. There's a little bit of energy shield here and there, but still, I pretty much have 1.6k ES. I know it's not much from barely investing into that. And we're still gonna get a lot from our ascendancy. We're gonna work on getting our ES a lot higher in the coming levels. Invest into a non-embarrassing shield as well. Okay, map complete. We actually cleared the full map. Nothing is living here. Very nice.
Go on.
Okay, should we run a higher map? Should we try the tier 2? I think there's nothing speaking against that. And then I think we should clean up our stash and maybe buy some additional gear. But first let us just run a tier 2 and unlock some towers. Also, I think with this character I want to focus on playing rituals and expeditions. Because the previous character has been mostly running breaches. And it feels like this is a better fit for something like Expedition or Ritual, where we are in a more stationary type gameplay and can take advantage of our minions. Oh, it's the same map, okay. But no Delirium this time. Okay, I feel like the game is a little bit too bright. Yeah, I think it's the bloom is also a bit too high. You gotta go down with the bloom a bit. And also reduce the brightness a tiny bit, I think.
Glorious.
For real, thank you. Getting them exalted drops. Just 99 more, we can afford and divine. I also want to modify the filter to help me play this character a little bit, to focus on the right things. That's fine. I think I need to clean this stash up. I'm not selling that. I might need those myself to run the ascendancy. Also, after this map, I think we are clearing up my whole stash tabs, setting things up for sell, because we need to establish some sort of economy again. Getting some money in, we'll be using a lot of currency soon to upgrade this character. While I want to explore this character, I don't really necessarily need to go through the super slow phases like the usual. I'm more and more excited for Righteous Fire, I get it. But contain your excitement, because, you know, it might work in a completely different way. They already said Righteous Fire will exist, but will not be the same as in Theory 1.
All part of my plan.
Which one? Which Phoenix do you like? Burst of Fury. I need to take a look. I've seen a bunch, but mostly I've been just keeping everything in find and self-finding, but might be missing out on some. Does anyone know, is there like a site that shows the most valuable uniques right now already? I would definitely like to have like some sort of a site for price-based information on unique. Oh boy, we're up to T2. Just pick up Cloak as well. Cloak of Flame. Yeah, I've have that one. Not sure about Burst of Fury. What does Burst of Fury do? Maybe I know it, maybe not. Wasn't very efficient with my skills there. Could have done a lot more damage if I be. Alright, let's not overstay our... Sure, you can link me in-game. Try Whispering NeverSink. Just to confirm, yeah, it's trash. Okay, let's take a look. Burst of Fury. Drop igniting ground while moving, which lasts 8 seconds. Ignites SO dealing fire damage. Okay, that's very, very cool. You're right. That is pretty neat. I wish I'd have more speed. Have you done any other adjustments to my monk? The only thing I've been trying out that worked quite well is trying out the amulet that grants you an additional limit skill, so you can have like 2 or 3 bells if you want to. Nothing else. I mean, you can take a look at my YouTube. I've been talking about my latest adjustments. But yeah, I'm basically taking a break from the monk at this point. I want to play a different class. I think I had enough of it. Killed the Arbiter, took down most of the content. I'm pretty happy. Right, so steps. First of all, price all of this crap and clean up the stash tabs. That's step 1. Let's proceed with that. So we're gonna start by grabbing the Waystones. It's gonna be a pretty annoying step. We need a race on tab ASAP here. There's a vendor recipe. You can 3 to 1 them if you want to. I might do this a little bit later. But I'm actually not sure neither. You know, I can do it and technically will give me more Vaisons, but the thing is, I can't even spend the one I already have. So it's not really important. The big benefit is they would spend less time, but honestly, we just need the tab back. I mean, look at this. This is just getting insane. Yeah, the vendor recipe for the Greater Jeweler would be great, but I'm pretty sure that we'll never see that. This will not happen. So what will probably happen is that they'll reduce the drop chance, increase the drop chance of the Greater Jeweler Orb. I think that one's too low. I think that one is just too low. Alright, so... Tablet. This is the highway. Alright, so next up, what else do we need to review? So we've done this stuff, right? So then, okay, let's get all the breach rings out. They got while breaching non-stop, and maybe let's try like enchanting a few of them. See if we get something useful to sell. We can use a mix out of alchemy orbs and we can reform a bunch if we don't care for them. So, good, bad, probably bad, good, okay else. Bad, good, good, bad, rare and bad. Yeah, I should remove it from there. Right, so this is also decent. I think that's good. That is actually right. Okay, these all are worth reckoning. So we have chaos damage, maximum mana, and dexterity. I don't see this being very good, but chaos is a prefix, so it might still be quite good. The mana is actually the valuable part on a reaching, so you might want to try exalting that. So we have life and evasion, which is just bad. Lightning, mana, cast speed might be good. Mana, intelligence, cold resist might be good, and lightning damage, cast speed, dex might be good. So we have these kind of mini successes there. We're gonna exalt each of them and kind of throw one X on each of them and then decide if we're gonna throw more. Okay, mana, dex, cold resist. This is very good. A very high cold resist as well. Mana, rarity, cast speed, lightning. Also good so far. Lightning, low life, cast speed. Okay, this goes there. And we have mana in and double resist. Yeah, these here go for another round of exalting. Lightning damage, that's a bad prefix. So the prefixes are bad, the suffixes are wonderful. You may even try to modify the prefixes once. The chances are good to hit something. We have the lightning, mana, rarity, cast speed. I don't see this being very good, but it might be alright turn to be alright. This is good. Alright, let's finish the suffixes on these. So this one received chaos damage, cast speed, dex, mana. This is actually pretty damn good. It doesn't have any ES mods or anything. You can still try to edit that, but there's a ton of mana that you could be getting out of this ring. We can try modifying the prefixes once. I think if I hit something good there, it will actually be quite valuable. So I do want to check for the Omen of, I think it's called Sinistro. Dextro Exaltation, Great Annulment, Sinistro Erasure. Your chaos will only remove prefix modifiers. Yeah, let's go for this one. How expensive is that? Is this affordable? Okay, I thought this would be actually very affordable. Never mind. What about Dextro Annulment? For 4 we can get to 1. Oh, not greater. Okay, so these are just super rare. Okay. Yeah, then we are not touching this. It's not even that good. It's not even the greatest one, but yeah, you know what? That's fine. Right, so what does that mean? That means we have a ring with a lot of mana, dex and cold resistance. We can probably increase the mana even further by catalyzing that. I'm not sure if it's worth slapping so many catalysts on that. And Euro catalysts are somewhat expensive. But yeah, I think you can definitely sell this for a bunch. Then you have this thing, and this thing has a mana, accuracy, intelligence. Okay, same story. We have 3 kind of like mana rings. Those are kind of average-ish, and this one is really good. And then we have these misfits. These are not really great. Actually, this one is pretty decent. Decent enough to exalt it even. Okay, never mind. This is great, right? Fire, cold, lightning, life, mana, accuracy. No questions asked. This is pretty awesome. Could wear this myself if I wanted to. And you can slap its life or something onto a very high quality. Yeah, that is really good. Yeah, let me show you a shitty advanced move. Regal still cheap. Yeah, they're still cheap. So we'll rebuild this crap. And I'm gonna 3-1 these. Invasion, mana. Decast, yeah, it's not really good. Okay, so this is definitely a big seller, right? So we're gonna put this here for now to the sell stash tab. And we're gonna put everything we need to price later on into the sell stash tab. Alright, so we are done with the breach rings. We have this done. Now let us get all of the ultimatums and the barriers. I'm gonna remove them all from here for now. I don't really like selling items for like 3k, so I don't really care too much about that. So I'm gonna grab all of these and put them kind of like one huge tab. And maybe price it higher just in case. Hey, it's almost welcome. Okay, so I'm just gonna drop them all into the kind of its own little tab. If for some reason someone wants it, I'm gonna tell it put it into 10x. I don't think anyone will want these, but you know, it's totally fine. These are mostly for myself. I'm not really interested in selling them too much. Let me guess, this doesn't work, right? I can't do this. Okay, yeah, I can't. At least it helps with sorting. Next step, I'm gonna work with the jewels. Alright, first let's augment whatever is augmentable. Then we're going to consider which one of these we want to rego and which ones we want to reforge. So we're going to split this whole thing into 3 steps: green, red, and blue. Okay, this is a rego. Okay, so nothing is augmentable. Okay. This is a regal for me. Mana leech is pretty bad. Evasion, flask effect duration. This is bad for me, I think. I don't think it's worth it. Accuracy rating, reload speed is pretty bad. Damage with bows and ailment. Maybe good. Mana leech, no. Quarterstaff for mana leech is bad, right? So these have been quite some bad things. So let's slap all of these ones. Accuracy, light, increased duration. Lightning damage, evasion, flask effect duration, mark skills have duration. Why do they want that? That's pretty bad, I think. I don't know why they want this stuff. Oh, enjoy it. Okay, now the blue ones. This is pretty bad. Spell, effective curses, freeze, threshold, also bad. Cold damage, damage recruiters rune life, freeze build up, could be good. Cold damage, crit, magnitude of damaging ailments, and that's pretty bad. Speed, ignite, withered, I don't think this is good. Kill, ailment, no. Spell damage, duration, triggered spells, nope. And this is also bad. Chaos damage, crit chance, energy shield recharge rate, energy threshold. I'm not sure if it's actually worth the time, but it's kind of a fun activity. So, energy shield, curse activation, offerings have more max life. I don't think this is particularly good either. The energy shield mode is great, but other than that, it's chaos damage, maximum energy shield, crit damage bonus. Shock duration. I can see this being useful, even if the crit is kind of bad. But I don't think it's very useful. This is pretty bad. This is code, spell, crit, code. Yeah, this is good. Right, so we're gonna make kind of this one X step where gonna dump a few items that are somewhat expensive in my opinion, like this thing, and this is pretty much garbage. I'm gonna drop them in this sort of reroll tab. I'm gonna set it to something like 10 and just keep it around so that I can reroll that. Reroll. Make it a little bit easier to recognize that. Alright, next up we have, and this one as well. The next one we have these. Block chance and amount of life leech. Block chance is kinda good, life leech could be good. This is bad. Global physical damage, weapon swap speed might be good for some combos. For some reason people want stuff right now. I've been doing a lot of sales before that. It's kind of interesting to see that I'm doing sales right now. Someone is playing on the chunk. Physical damage, elemental damage, minions gain reduction. That's also bad. We can re-go that, I suppose. Bottom life. Okay, you know, sometimes you think you are onto something, and then suddenly someone wants something. What did they want? The Kraken Sapphire. Okay, so I've been underrating that. Someone instantly wanted to buy that. I think the energy shoot bonus is the valuable one. Energy shoot and the other one. I think I did underrate it a little bit. I'm gonna look for energy shoot and crit spell damage bonus. That just to see how expensive this combo is. How is it called? Energy maximum energy shield. Yeah, people want that. And then crit damage bonus, right? How's it phrased? Crit spell damage bonus. Crit spell damage bonus. Interesting. So why is it expensive? Is it because of the shock duration or damage? Either way, we're gonna go the roll matters. You're right, it's a high roll, right? So it is 19. Yeah, it's a divine. That's why it's expensive. So we're gonna do this. And I lost it. But not completely. Attack speed and crit chance. Might use it myself. Bit of a shame. I got too greedy them. Actually, divine ops are. I feel like exalted ops are pretty safe nowadays. Sorry, vow ops are pretty safe nowadays. They pretty much mostly give you something good. Alright, minions. I'm not even sure if red juice can be something very good. I've seen very few good red juice. So block chance and skill effect duration, this is certainly good. And stun build up might be good. Life regen ratio. Okay. Now keep it in mind. Elemental damage. I know the block chance is also somewhat popular. And rage is also useful, but think that's actually pretty good. Armor, block chance, skill effect duration. Seems like a useful utility duo, and code resistance. Yeah, I think that's nice. I'm gonna slap it here for now, other than that. And then we have these kind of like temporary ones, right? These can stick around until later. Alright, and with that, I think we are done with the jewels. Ring. Wait, these are from the witch, right? No, wait, these are not the witch rings. Most of these will be probably normal or magic, so we're gonna just grab all of the rings we get, enchant them, see which one is decent, and see which one we need to sell or identify and so forth. Let's boost our economy a little bit there. Alright, I'm not doing the 3-1 with these, I think. Let's take a look. Mana and mana region. Okay, and on the class we drink. We are off to a good start.
Hello.
Actually, does it work with 3 random blue rings? No. No, okay, so I don't think I wanna deal with the whole getting the right drink together. Okay, this can go, this is bad. Max life, Curious Elemental, Rarity, Life mana cast, somewhat sellable. Bad, good, Curacy, Evasion mana, mana region, life. These are somewhat good, right? Fire damage, dexterity on the battery, chaos damage, mana region, rarity, life, potent cast speed, mana, and life gain per minute. It's on a good base, that's why I'm gonna still give this thing some sort of a chance. This stuff is all just bad. Actually, it's not great, but if I hit a good roll on these, it might be still worth a bit. Alright, it's regal time. Okay, time to evaluate what we do with these.
How can I help?
Okay, these two will just be sold. This is as well. Yeah, I'm not sure about this one. Evasion code. Yeah, this is not good. Evasion mana. Wait, didn't I don't think it's good either. Mana, lightning resistance, and mana resist is very good. Lightning resist, mana, and a rarity on accuracy ring. I don't see it being very good on the accuracy ring. I think that's not good. And we have mana, lightning resist, and mana region. Yeah, I think those two deserve an additional, well, it's lightning damage. They deserve an additional slam. Strength. Okay. Cold resistance. Okay. And evasion rating. Probably was a tiny bit. Probably will make some profit, like 10x, maybe 20. Alright, then we have mana, lightning resistance, and mana region. This one at least be okay. Sadly, bad evasion. Intelligence, probably good. And some terrible lightning damage and attack. So neither of them is exactly a highlight. Sadly, that didn't quite work out, but we can still definitely price them in a second. See if we can maybe do still some WoW shenanigans with those, even if I don't think it's worth it. Okay, all of these will need some pricing later, so all of these will need to be reviewed and sold for some sort of price. Okay, then the same with amulets. I don't think these should be seriously considered because most of these are kind of leveling stuff. But we'll take a look. Soft's blood was in the middle there, kind of hilarious.
Hello there.
Life and crit damage bonus. Okay, cold resistance. Accuracy spirit. That's not enough, not enough. Probably can be dumped with like a 5 chaos stash stab. Also pretty bad. I mean, it has all spell steal, so it might be worth a tiny bit, but it's not great. Pretty bad. Mana or attribute slow rolls. Accuracy or melee. Okay. Spell damage, definitely worth further investigation. This is my old amulet. This is the one I'm using on my monk. I shouldn't be selling that. Okay, armor and intelligence slow roll. All spell skills increase. Worth a little bit. Spirit dex, elemental cold. Let's slap that accuracy. Please roll life or mana. Unfortunately, it's pretty bad. Mana and strength on the not the right base, but damage recouped is life. I'm not sure. Evasion and Coltress. Got some armor there. I don't know. Oh no, let's get rid of that. Spell damage and damage recouped as mana. Spell damage rarity, suffix rarity. I don't know if this is of any interest to anyone. Mana and crit chance. And maximum energy shield on. Okay. Life and mana and crit chance, low mana, softs. Accuracy, mana, dex, or attributes lightning resist. This is just this was a little bit. We have life, mana, attribute called chaos, and some spirit. Mana, whatever. Nothing really exciting. And also meh. Bad. No. Okay, so these are all kind of sellable. We'll probably slap them together with some sort of price. And then we get to these. So which one do we slap? Okay, so this received 2 resists, crit damage bonus life. We should continue rolling that. Got mana as well and got energy shield. It's alright, it will sell. Spell damage. Okay, evasion. Yeah, that's probably bad. Bit of a shame. I don't feel like I should be slapping this one. It doesn't look very good. Race of Exalt of Spell. I'm gonna give it one more. No. Mana. Unfortunate. Attribute. Okay. When it comes to mana, this is pretty exciting. There's some Christian's attributes. I don't think it's exactly great, but I think it's not terrible. Alright, so these ones can go here. You know, I'm not exactly excited for any of those, but I'm gonna do this sort of SE strategy there. I'm just gonna list them for one divine and then go down to like 30x, and then I'll reduce it to something lower. Because I don't really want to check on all prices there. So we're gonna try out this. All right. Next up, belts. Belts kind of suck a little bit more than the other ones, so not that excited to check them all out. Yep, I'm done with those. Good enough for me. Okay, what do we have left here? So first of all, let's grab all the runes. Okay, now we're pretty much just left with random gear, right? We also have some charms there, which I just grab. And drop it all off here. Alright, now let's grab all of the things I consider selling. I at least want to clean up the stash tabs. It goes into the unique stash tab, right? So it also adds something like a leveling stash tab, I don't know. I don't think we have a 5k stash tab here, a 5x stash tab here, so I'm gonna just dump things here that look somewhat Comes to crit chance and crit bonus, these are actually somewhat alright. I don't think any of these practically matter, but my goal is to clean up the dumpster step, at the same time minimize the amount of trades. It's a lot of life. Okay, accuracy, mana, lightning chaos, but not much else. And hereby cast you into this dumpster stab. This needs an exalt. It's actually pretty decent. This could use an exalt. If we're lucky, it could actually be pretty damn good. That's pretty bad. I don't see this being too good, but a lucky X could make it very valuable. I just don't know if I like those odds. And the same thing here. Doesn't have any block chance, but I didn't get live. What did this get? Mana region, right? No, it's not good. Chance to shock. Well, 161 spell damage isn't actually bad. The quality of this thing doesn't really matter, right? Wait, you can't add orbs there? Okay. Weird. Probably was something. I don't think people use a lot of staves, but still, let's look. Lightning spells, form, spell damage, 160, and there's some mana and chance of shock, but everything else is kind of like, and there's also some damage, which is also good. Let's take a look on how this costs, and then we have some damage as fire damage, right? This easily should be, it's not great. I think if it gets like 30x, it'll be more than worth it. Okay, let's see if this gets lucky. Yes, some life. I don't know, probably something like that. Probably divine. No block chance, I don't think it's worth much. These are... This is lacking one mod, right? Accuracy rating. Ah, that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. This is more on the side of this could be good if I hit it with a Chaos Orb, I think. I have no idea what changed. Okay, and we're done here. That was a waste of more currency, but it's fun, so that's something. Advanced stroke armor, has some life, has some stuff. Block chance. Life, armor, double as probably decent. Same story here. Alright, so what else do we have here? We have one single omen which can stay here. We have this thing which we already have in our unique stash tab, so I don't think it's worth spending more time on that. View, that means we've sorted through most of that. Now we need to concern ourselves a little bit with the sell stash tab, because otherwise it's just kind of shitty to map. So the first thing I'll do is I'll reduce the prices on... Oh, we'll wait a little bit before reducing the prices. Okay, now let's take a look at these. I'm gonna go down to 1.5 divines on this one. This one kinda can use... Oh, oops. Alright, this, then we get these whole bunch of rings and amulets. This is the triple resist one, right? I don't know if it actually is worth this much, but you have a lot of options here, I suppose. No, we'll go with the same approach here. I'm just gonna dump it here for now, then reduce the prices. There's already a filter for PoE too. You can get it from my GitHub. But when it comes to kind of more complex filter and tricky one with FilterBlade support and stuff like that, it'll probably take like 1 to 3 weeks. Alright, so it should be fine for now, I think. End up everything here for now. Yeah, it's a whole bunch of them. I've updated the GitHub one, by the way, a week, well, less than a week ago. It's much better now. But yeah, there's a lot of other simpler filters out there, or some of them based on mine. Like CDR has made a very solid filter based on my PoE1 filter. But my full PoE2 filter is still work in progress. It's still not done. It'll take a while to get there. Alright, so I don't think this is actually an actual dump stash step. How about this? This is the dump stash step now. And this thing can go somewhere else. Oh, like others. I barely use most of these. Like the last stash step can go somewhere else. I don't really care. And the same for the delirium stash step. Barely using that. And there's the stash step also barely plays a role. You also have this outdated jewel stash step, which I suppose is alright, but I'm not really using it much. Yeah, I've heard about the execute thing. But thanks for noting. Alright, that actually is much more comfortable in terms of a setup. Now we can shop for our witch, buy some equipment, or we can do some more mapping. I think we'll kind of do a mixed approach and we'll buy a bit of gear and then start mapping, but don't spend too much time. But you know, refresh the scepter maybe. That one definitely could use a bit more work. Maybe put a bit of work into something like the helmet. But or maybe just a scepter. We'll see. I'm not even sure if I can equip a better scepter at this point. I'm just a very low level character. But yeah, I'll be right back. I'm going to take a super short break and then we'll proceed mapping and scepter buying. All right, I'm back. Let's proceed, right? Hmm. I wanted to look for a better scepter. So, Pass of Exile, huge slash trade. Did we get any whispers yet? And this guy wanted his code. 5. I suppose it's a fresh invoker. This thing is amazing, right? Looking at like 1300 evasion and a ton of and 3 resist, it will definitely help you out. And it's also pretty cheap. Is there a way if I properly is there a way to know if I properly did the foot in game? I don't know. Run a map, see if everything seems alright and fresh. It's a little bit complicated to tell at this point. There's no like, well, did I actually look at the versions? I mean, no, there's no proper way to do that. You need to ask actually GG. I've asked GG several times if there's like a way to show like a message for the filter loads. So trading. It's like you could back should I change something else and change stuff? Yeah, you can. I actually don't know if it's true, but I do believe it is true. Just go lighting mastery or something. Right, so increase spirit. Minion spell minion gem. Wait, did I have a we need to have like an old folder for that. So we definitely want the spirit and then you want the level minion skills, right? Then we want this to either support the warriors or better support melees. I mean, I can skip this for now. And then we're gonna add a new group and we're gonna look for minion crit chance, minion crit, minion attack and cast speed, and also minion damage. These are the core things we care about, right? So with the bonus and the crit chance, and we are pretty nice to have at least 20. This should be 10, and I would like to have at least 45 on this one. The spirit, let's start with 5 and 3. Can we find something like that? Count at least 2. Okay, so there's 1000 scepters without it. Why doesn't it find these other rows too high? Is something wrong here? Okay, this one has... Huh? Minion allies. Oh, it's allies in your presence. Oops. That's why. Allies in your presence. Crit damage, allies in your presence. Crit hit chance, allies in your presence. Attack speed, allies in your presence. Cast speed. Allies in your presence, damage. Yeah, let's see if this works out. So we're gonna go with 20, 20, 10, no, what, 15, 15, 45. Ah, better. And we're ending up with at least 1 divine requirement there. So the cheapest one we can get there with these sort of requirements is this one. It's pretty good as a starter scepter, I think. Unfortunately, none of those are melee scepters. Let's go down in the requirements there. 16, 16, 10, 10, 35. What about 5 and 40, 2 and 40? Can we get... Okay, now we suddenly get into the much more affordable area. Okay, now let us try building a weighted sum filter. Or is it too early for that? Yeah, let's do it. So increase spirit, minion skills, allies crit damage bonus, allies crit chance, attack speed, allies. These are very nice in terms of defenses. Allies cast speed. What else did we care about? Allies damage, right? So I'm gonna weight every point of spirit. As 5. Well, let's try 1. Then I'm gonna weigh every point of minion skills, and then we have the grants melees and the grants warriors, skeletal warrior. Then I wanna weigh the level of minion gems as 25. So probably even a little bit higher. Let's say 20. Let's say 30. Presence of allies in your presence have critical damage bonus. I think I would weigh every point of it very equally to the spirit bonus, maybe a little bit lower. So 75, 75. This is definitely lower, so I would value this at something like 35. Attack and cast speed would go with something like 1 and 1. So per level of these, I would give them like a bonus of 1.5. And let's see what we get there. So we have some scepters that are 170 divines. Does this work? Oh, very nice. We can now build up our own library for that. Finally, it's working. It's good that it's been updated. I love this plugin. So that is our witch, but the quotes are totally terrible. And we gonna give her some. This is the scepter. We're gonna go down until the price reaches something that is somewhat affordable, because let's hope so. So this is the first one I would probably consider. You can actually see, but it's attack and cast speed. It's kind of exclusive, so it's not really helpful. Crit hit chance. Something I'll also do is I'll reduce the amount of minimum spirit we care about and reduce the minion skill requirement to 1. I don't want to overspend on my first scepter because I'm still kind of figuring things out. So I'm gonna set it to exalted or buyout at most 100. And see what's the best thing we can afford. And there's some sweet options there, I think. Now, something I don't know if a firebomb is an attack or a spell. Attacks. It's an attack time, so you want attack speed on those. Let's disable the cast speed filter for a while. Something like that looks actually pretty good. It does have a lot of spirit, unfortunately. But I think this is still very much reasonable as a starter weapon. Let's grab that. Let's hope he's not AFK. Is this still available? Annoying. Portals, you're very much welcome. Thank you, mate. Alright, what is the next best option? So we have this, but this is a high level one, so we can't use that yet. If I can get my hand on this, I would be also very happy. But it's no, it's 78. There's the mallets bonus there. But this gonna scores by having this prefix, but the skeletal war is completely pointless. 25, 14, 13. It can still be exalted, right, once. And it's probably usable. It's not also too expensive. Doesn't help off with any sort of crit stuff, but maybe this is the way. It's not too expensive, as I said before. Yeah, let's go get this one. Actually, let me do one more thing. Let me try out one more thing. I want to see if they have a corruption filter there. So I want to only show the corrupted ones and see if there's an interesting corruption there. It seems that most corruptions are allies in your presence deal more damage, which is kind of interesting. This one is also... This guy corrupted it without adding any quality. This is rough. But it's good to know. So you can corrupt one of these to get quality, to get more spirit, right? That is actually very, very interesting to know. So let's try an uncorrupted one. Let's sort again by this sum. We'll try poking this guy again in hopes that he wakes up. I want the Mallet's one if possible. Yeah, we wanted this one, right? No, it's +2. Didn't we have like a +3 with Mallet's? It wasn't 78. And the required level... What level are we? We are 67. It's gonna be kind of making this a very rough at myself to get a decent one. This is also probably pretty damn good. Oh, it has cast speed. I didn't want cast speed. 40, 25. +3, 45 attack speed. You know what? We'll risk it with this thing. Give me that for 25x. Please don't be AFK. Not everyone is allowed to be AFK, guys. Not everyone can be AFK. Someone needs to hold this economy up. Ah. What's up with this club of secret scepter AFK people? Okay, never mind. He's selling it. And I'm just gonna do, by the way, I'm gonna do the stupidest thing in a second. Like the absolutely stupidest possible thing. Okay, free mode going well. Buying a scepter, trying out a witch, so we'll see how that goes. Okay, this is, yeah. Wait, was this one? Yeah, damage, attack speed, skill gems, whatever. So, first of all, we are exalting this thing in hopes of getting some useful stat there. Okay, lightning damage. Then we are grabbing these arcane edges, which we don't have enough of. So we're gonna pester Alva a little bit there for her Arcanist edges. I'm gonna give Exalted Orbs, that's a nice trade offer. For 6 I get 1. Yeah, you know what, I want 60, that's fine. Market ratio is going down. Should be getting some of these soon. But I want some short term as well. Like for 4 I want 20, that's fine. We need a bunch over the next day, so that's okay. Alright, I'm gonna just use this funny red orb and hope I don't need to... Oh shit, I need to buy anything. I hope. These are so often positive. Ah, I messed up. Yep, failed. Absolutely failed them. This goes into some box of shame now. It's no longer good. Actually, I wanted to see one more thing. What about the minion arsonist? Do you have the firebomb? What about their accuracy? I think it's fine. Okay, let's get a new one. Honestly, these are all kind of very temporary. I think I prefer attack speed over most other stats if possible. I already don't count it. Okay, cool. What if I disable that? Just go with the highest level there. Is he selling that? Because ironically, this thing, according to my rating, is actually higher than most other things. Yeah, I know about the Pure Ninja 2 diff. He is indeed working on a Pass of X Pure Ninja 2. He's kind of waiting for APIs and stuff, but maybe he mispriced and meant like 2 divines. Which is not worse, by the way, but, you know. You know what? I'll limit it. I don't want to spend too much right now. Let's see how much did we get for 10. X right now. Yeah, I'd like some attack speed there, just the attack speed. Okay, let's go with 30, but I do want the attack speed there. Allies attack speed. So this is gonna be just helps a lot with. Yeah, this guy is still there, but he's not selling his. Unfortunately, it's the one I really want. This is something I would corrupt probably. Both of these are very corruptible if you ask me. I mean, let's get this. It's affordable. We can still try being greedy with the corruption. I mostly work on the filter. There are some data that we publish that is online, and I do occasionally help out with different things, but I'm occasionally talking to the Pew Ninja dev, but I'm not actually involved into the actual development there. So filter and FilterBlade are kind of my specializations, and I'm actually quite happy with limiting it to those. I could expand into different, PoE branches of tools, but I'm also working on my own little game project. I have enough PoE on my hands. I would rather provide one solid sector of tools instead of trying to do everything at the same time. I think this is a recipe for failure. But everyone seems to be a little bit AFK when it comes to the sales right now, unfortunately. So many people are just not responding right now. And now, let me guess, now everyone will sell at the same time. And yes, we are going to be greedy. Okay, some lightning damage. Don't reroll. I don't think it rerolled. I think it's fine. Didn't receive anything either. That's fine, okay. So we're gonna go with this. There's some discipline, more minion damage, attack speed, more. Oh, it's just better in every regard. You can slap an additional arsonist there. This is pretty much most of the stuff we're gonna buy for now. But before we proceed any further, I do want to look for a new. Well, don't need any new amulet right now. No, I'm fine. Let's not spend too much in that. Let's just run some more maps. So for now, this is all the gear I need. I think I'm actually doing more than well enough right now. So we're just gonna dump this and just gonna run some maps. Now we do have some low waste on, so we're gonna go start with something like T3, T4 there. We are still very early into the mapping scene, so we should spend some time getting our level, increasing our gem levels as well, because we're still using some pretty low gem levels. We're just gonna clear the tower a little bit, see what we can find, maybe run some rituals and expeditions. I think expeditions and rituals in particular, well, they benefit from high levels. We are totally fine running like low level ones as well. can also reserve an additional cleric, which is probably good because they occasionally die. Man, minions are so bad in towers. They have real troubles with the pathfinding here. The server is pretty laggy. Look how low everything runs. I think GG. So I think what is happening is the GG started scaling down their service. So I see them doing that pretty much every time. They upscale their service at launch. So at launch of the new league or new game, they like buy a ton of servers so to guarantee perfect availability. But as the game continues, as the league continues, they start scaling them down in order to decrease costs, and sometimes they do it a little bit too rapidly. So in this case, you can definitely feel the underscaling thing a little bit, so people are lagging because calculation power is down. Well, it makes sense, right? But I'm going to assume it runs this way. Of course, I don't know if it's really this case. Maybe just something else. Maybe the service is the same, but people are just playing too actively. I don't know. I actually don't know what to spec in next. I think going this far could be useful, but I think I would rather invest into some personal defenses right now. Could also be really, really good, honestly. Preservation sounds very, very useful. There's also some other minion nodes that I haven't spec'd yet, but I'm not sure if those are really worth it. Who's that? Oh, I got this one already. No. Wait, how do I get that? Is it from here or it's from here? It's barely visible there. Why do these... Oh, increase charge. Okay. Maybe this road? We could also grab these. I think this one's actually pretty good. Defend with 120% armor while not an low energy shield. I think this is actually quite amazing. But there isn't much other reason to go there, right? You have the worst node on the tree. And this is kind of neat. I wish it would be like less nodes. This one is bugged? This one is bugged? I don't think it is.
Speak.
1-4. 1-6. Right. Okay, nothing too exciting there. There's another talking about NeverSink's great feedback on Period 2. Well, thanks for the shout out from Visitor, and you can find my feedback on my Twitter. So I usually write my feedback on Twitter. I've considered kind of putting together different platform or service for feedback. But yeah, you can basically check out my Twitter for feedback, and then just scroll down. You'll usually see me either talking about some sort of filter stuff or item filter stuff or some feedback there. Oh. Yeah, it's I'm thinking about different platform, maybe also posting it on my personal kind of Reddit page. Maybe I'll find some way to automate that. But Twitter is useful. Not separate as far as I know. Yeah, you can decide how the loot drops. You can decide what kind of loot strategy do you want. So you can have allocation that everyone can. So you can't have something that you only see your loot. This is not possible. But you can allocate the loot that the whole loot is so everyone gets their own loot. And you can also allocate it like short allocations, so everyone has like 5 to 10 seconds. X is useful, that's how I found out that you're streaming. Thanks. Well, you know, X is a pretty controversial platform. I'm trying not to engage too much in the controversy. I do see it as a useful platform right now. I do see its capabilities of pretty much conveying opinions and communicating quite useful. You don't see it that way? X is good? Well, at least if you're in Germany, you hear a lot of different opinions when it comes to X. It's useful. It definitely is useful. But at the same time, you know, they can actually talk about X being controversial, but X is the #1 app in Germany. #2 is TikTok. It's gonna take a while. This is a huge map. So I really wanna try out the Sun damages later. I feel like those could be really good. We also need to see that we give our mages much more levels. Right now they just don't have enough levels yet. But yeah, just leveling, like running anything right now is the best thing we can do. We definitely need to up our tiers. We're gonna try tier 5 or 6 later, so that the experience is more optimal. I don't really need this stuff. Oh, that's fine. Ritual, very good. So I think we're gonna try to focus a lot on rituals on this character. We're gonna see how it works. It might be a bad idea, but I'm kinda excited. I feel like it might work out really well because we have corpse explosions and the minions, and I think it kinda gives us a bit of an edge when it comes to ritual fights that other characters don't have. At which level I start trading for better gear? I would suggest go as far as you can, as long as you don't see any major issues or problems. The moment you feel like you're not really making any more progress because things get too hard, trade for a little bit of gear. Personally, I think I traded once on when I entered crew mode. I bought my scepter and that's it. But it's up to you, really. I think there's no right approach there. Just whatever feels good to you, man. If you're struggling and have some money to spend, go for it. But some people deliberately try to avoid also buying so that we kind of have the new character experience there. I mean, see it this way. I honestly think the leveling experience is probably the best part of the game. I think the end game is actually not quite as good as the leveling experience. The campaign is very well done. So I would probably not try to rush it too much. I mean, the end games are just huge, somewhat very annoying maps. The drops are better, but that's basically it. Would you like to spend my X after level 70 plus, what do you say? Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean. I think it's important to kind of learn how the character feels without cheapening too much through gear. And that's why I would really recommend to minimize looking at guides and looking at and buying gear during the first playthrough of a character type. So the first time you level a certain character, I think it's really helpful for you to become a better player. Just testing everything, figuring out yourself what is powerful. And do mind, it's just gonna be a very personal playstyle. I don't think this applies to everyone. Those are some pretty shitty things. Honestly, they're all bad. Nothing to be excited about. Yeah, we're skipping the last ritual. The endgame seems to drop a lot of new mechanics and combat feels a lot more like PoE 1. I worry that it will lose people that like campaign at the same time, reduce the interest in keeping PoE 1 alive. I wouldn't worry too much. So I think the endgame, the introduction of mechanics is actually totally fair. I don't think it introduces too much mechanics. And even later on, the way it introduces mechanics, it doesn't do it in a way that is actually very annoying. Now you kind of see a symbol on the map and you just go there, but you don't actually need to know much about the mechanic. Kinda, you don't need to know exactly how the breach works, I think. I think kind of expedition is the most complicated mechanic, but also as long as they introduce it in such a way, I think it's fair. Besides, I can imagine they introduce these mechanics in the campaign in the future. You know, I can see like they introduced ritual already in the campaign. I can see like the breach being introduced somewhere later. Oh, that's a corner of grass, I suppose. Not bad. I worry more about the speed and combat. PoE2 grew on the idea of having meaningful melee combat. They pride themselves on meaty warrior gameplay, and now the class no one. Okay, so I would say the warrior has a specific problem. So I think the warrior. I agree. I agree. So, but the problem is kind of complicated. I think the warrior needs to be better. Quite simply put, I think most other classes are in a spot where they will probably get some changes and nerfs. Like I think the monk won't have quite the shattering power they have right now. I think that I will become a bit slower. There's like a bunch of things that I expect all classes to get a little bit of nerfs. Because I feel like they're a little bit too good right now for the way PoE2 is supposed to be played. This is my personal opinion. You might not agree there. Yeah. But I think in the kind of the context of PoE2 was designed, I think then a bit too good. At the same time, I think the warrior needs some buffs, and I think that just a lot of things will be changing if they change the content. You know, I think the warrior is actually pretty good at taking down big targets and overkilling targets. The problem is there's just not enough stuff for him to do that. The combat is very kind of kill, pack, move on. So I think if they work on their maps and make the maps a little bit tighter and more concentrated, I think the warrior will shine quite a bit. I expect X3 to have expedition at some point. It fits the whole theme. Oh yeah, I agree. It might be actually a very cool thing. Putting the whole expedition people there might be actually very awesome. We're just gonna move on for now. I know what, we have enough maps, just let's do this. Where do we move on for now? I do want to have at least some temporary power. Doesn't have to be perfect. Do the arsonists have a full conversion? No, they convert part of the damage to physical, not all of that. Okay, you know what? We'll go there for now. To me, it looks like they try to please two different crowds. I agree. And maybe this is the point. I also think they kinda could get there. Um, Wait, what was on the... Was it the melee scepter? No, it was the discipline scepter. Why is it disabled? It should be on anyway. Okay. I suppose we have to wait and see. I mean, it is in general very hard to balance a game around all kind of audiences. I've seen a bunch of videos by a bunch of game developers. Basically, they say you can never please everyone. This is kind of the main rule. It's just impossible. I think the key point to do, in my opinion, would be to create niches of different gameplay loops that are more fitting to the one or other audience, that can be sustained properly. What I mean by that is, let's say you like the more methodical and slow gameplay. And I think this kind of fits more into the boss fight scene. So I think you should provide enough consistent boss fights for people who like those, so that you can basically run that stuff. But if you're more on the zoomy crowd, the map should be kind of the way to play that. And I think this could actually work. I think it's important to just create good niches. And this is done by making both gameplay types rewarding. Like a prison there. You cannot use loot looter to change chests. But the age-old question becomes, how do you make methodical combat rewarding and somehow not allow somehow to glass cannon and one-shot things before the methodical part? That is definitely a decent question, and I don't have perfect answers in the context of PvE2 anymore. There's one thing that definitely is helping there, I do have to say that. The whole idea of a one portal gameplay is actually quite rewarding for methodical and good combat and tanky characters. Because I've actually seen a lot of people survive the one-shots that would kill most other glass cannons, let's say in the endgame fight of the Arbiter. And you know, there's also, I think, fights that are just more suited towards the idea, or mechanics that are more suited towards the idea of a more position-based combat.
So bright and open. Dreadful.
card games, take a look at the wiki. Google for the PoE filter wiki and to read up the syntax, please. Should we get some sort of zoomy 6 portal combat? You know what? I'm against it. I'm one of the people who thinks that having one portal combat. Oh, the game hung up. Ah, cool. I'm one of the people who thinks that make one portal gameplay is actually good for the game. However, I don't think one portal gameplay should mean always exactly one attempt. So here's what I would like to suggest. I think with boss fights, so a few ideas, right? First of all, I think one portal maps are actually good. I think this is very, very good. I think this kind of forces you to have a little bit of investment in terms of defenses. And especially kind of on the harder maps, it definitely is. You definitely can't go, well, you can go completely glass cannon, but I actually like this idea. I like that it kind of rewards you for playing better. I think this is a good idea in general. When it comes to bosses, I don't like it. So here's the idea with about the problem. The problem with one portal gameplay, and there's like multiple problems there, but let me like address a few of them. First of all, if you have a one portal gameplay thing, deaths need to be very, very fair. If you die and you feel like the death was undeserved, it was a bullshit mechanic, or the game, you didn't see what killed you, or you didn't completely learn anything out of that, or you didn't misplay, this is a very bad death. So you kind of need this death hygiene in the game. PoE 2 is kind of moving there, but it's not quite there yet. Like the last patch helped a lot. For instance, these volatile crystals and purple death plants are terrible examples. They're super deadly, they're hard to see, and they just completely annihilate characters. And you sometimes die because you don't know what exactly killed you. And I think this is kind of a thing that if you want to have a one portal gameplay, you cannot have this in the game. Then I think if they want one portal gameplay, I really think they need to add proper death locks. So you need to know why did you die, what killed you, at least the amount of damage you took, the types of damage, the buffs you had, and the debuffs you had. This would help so much to make the gameplay work much, much better. So what else? When it comes to boss fights, I think I'm against one portal gameplay. I think with the boss fights, I would be actually okay with several attempts, but you have to restart the whole boss fight if you fail, and you do have to carry some cost. Now, I don't have the exact formula for that, but basically what the campaign does, I think, is fair. You know, if you die, you can try again. I would potentially like to see something like that in the end game. If you let's say you have 5 attempts, you can use all 5. If you die, you can try again, but a death there costs only 2% of your experience. Or they reduce your loot, something like that, to basically kind of give you this chance. Okay, you died, I learned this mechanic, try again, get better. I think that would be actually very, very good. So with bosses, I think the whole one attempt gameplay doesn't work with bosses. Bosses is are all about methodical gameplay and learning. So I think with bosses, they need to be more generous. Mr. Dastika, yeah, I'm sorry, I can't do anything about the FilterBlade missing on consoles. The GG hasn't enabled the APIs yet. Well, I think it's important that GEG probably understands this issue as well. I do not think that... Oops. Boss gets stronger with every death. No, that is terrible. But yeah, I agree that reducing the quantity and rarity could be a good idea. For me, Zoomy means not being stopped by most camps, so the engagement with the enemy mechanics are quite limited. So I kind of have the feeling that when it comes to Zoomy gameplay, it needs kind of different layers of that. So I actually don't mind, you know, basically if people basically rush through the map and kill everything pretty much on sight and there's barely any engagement with the actual monsters. I don't really care about that a lot. I think this is totally fine for the endgame. And this is mostly because in the end, PoE is a grindy game. You know, you grind your loot in PoE. It's not, you spend like hours and hours playing the game sometimes. You want to watch like a series or something at the same time. I don't mind the game being zoomy in maps at all. Now, this is my personal opinion on that. Some other people might differ that. I don't think it should be kind of PoE 1 level. I think PoE 1 level zoomy gameplay is bad. I think it's terrible. I think the gameplay could be stylish at the same time zoomy. I think the main issue right now are honestly the maps. I think the maps are the main issue. The maps are too large. It's very annoying to get to the right packs. You backtrack a lot. It's not a satisfying gameplay. I think if the maps would be more of a tight fight, where you basically push yourself against a fortress or something like that, and you have a lot of density there, and a lot of mob packs, and a lot of rares, and you are less concerned about moving all the time and more concerned about fighting, I think that would be much better. So I think this is the main issue with the gameplay. I would like to... So here's basically what I'm trying to say. I think zoomy gameplay should be more about fighting more and killing more and less about running through the map. I think Masu said that U1 is basically an ass-looking gameplay for anyone who's not actually actively playing it, and I kind of agree. Just if you look at PoE1, it's basically like a PoE1 endgame gameplay. I mean, I can open PoE1 right now and you'll see my Flicker Strike character. And this is kind of like, what even is that? It's just literal epileptic simulation. That's not very good, right? It's fun. Yeah, I agree. I think the situation here is quite simply, if you want a very, very simple, very mindless, high-speed gameplay, there's basically two ways where I think this is okay. One is if you have invested a lot. So I think what Empyrean is doing is actually okay, because Empyrean's build basically depends on you farming up a highly demanded item. So I think it's okay, you know. If same thing with like Headhunter. Is Headhunter gameplay fun? Yes. Is it dumb? Also yes. Is it balanced? No. But can you like start playing Headhunter gameplay at level 1? Well, unless you already have a Headhunter, not really, right? So it kind of is a reward loop. It's kind of a goal. It's a pinnacle goal at this point. But I don't think the general gameplay, when you kind of enter maps and for the first time, should be like incredibly zoomy. I think the game should reward you for becoming. So I think it's totally fine if the gameplay is kind of on my speed at the beginning and you basically have to engage with the combat and avoid attacks, and rares are like little fights. So I would say my gameplay is a little bit too clusterfucky for my taste. I actually enjoyed Monk gameplay more. But I want to try out different classes. Oh, all my minions died. Whoops. This is the second time I've experienced that my minions died, all of them, in maps. Usually they're kind of getting through that quite easily. I'm not going to draw any conclusions from there because I still have a lot of gear and levels going. I mean, it was fine. I'm honestly gonna say I love the whole Monk Shattering Palm gameplay, and at this point I got bored of it. Like after 2 or 3 days of Monk Shattering Palm streams, I feel like I really want to go back to something different. Because I found the Monk gameplay to be more fun before that. And I know this is just my personal view, but it's kind of lost all of its cool Path of Exile 2 feeling with the, you know, more combos and interesting engaging things. And I very much know it's a matter of opinion. I'm not saying what my view is in any way correct or superior.
Glorious.
Aria, thank you so much for the sub. Much appreciated. Oh, Pariah. Thank you, mate. Thanks. Thank you for the kind words. So I personally will be probably checking out every single character. After defeating the pinnacle boss and playing the monks for a lot of like T6, T15, T16 breaches, I just want to see what Path of Exile has to offer. On top of that, knowing every character really helps me become a better filter maker. So making good PoE filters is like a mix out of, I would say, 3 to 4 different skills. I would say first of all you need to have very good game knowledge. Then you need to be a good developer. In my opinion, it's not something that you need, but it's a secret ingredient to making it much more effective. Then you need to understand people and psychology. You don't need to be a psychologist, but kind of understanding different user groups, how people think, how people react is absolutely crucial. And then you need to be active and consistent and know how to communicate well. I think those are kind of like the key points. So we're currently working on me knowing the game better. Plus, I'm just procrastinating and enjoying the gameplay. But yeah, I really, later on, I really want to switch away to lightning. Because fire, honestly, is too spammy. I would really like to make the fireball invisible. Because there's just so much green spam, you know? Well, you know, development is this thing that you don't really need it to make a good filter. You need it to make it consistently. And you need it as complexity rises. So if you want to have something like a strictness system, or you want to have something like economy-based updates, or you want to have a set of tools to check if everything you're doing is still correct, it starts really, really helping. It's so spammy. I mean, it's very fun, the gameplay, but I really don't see what's going on. I don't know how I feel about it. So this was definitely something I really enjoyed about the Monk. Most of my gameplay was very clean. Monk is not a super spammy class. You fire some shockwaves and so forth, but overall the gameplay was pretty clean. And I know, I mean, the whole appeal of playing Necromancer is having like this big ass army. But I just don't know what's going on. Not always, but... I hope they'll create better classes. So I think, honestly, I'm not too worried, honestly. I think GG has over and over proven that they're capable of making good decisions. I think they just need some time to cook, you know? But yeah, on this character, I definitely want to explore Ritual. I want to try out the Kink in the Mist. I want to see that we get to some higher tier rituals. See how that goes. That's dope. Oh god. That thing is here, right? Yeah, it's back. That's pretty neat, I think. Let's go through those. I'm honestly not sure how much use this has. I don't think there's a lot of good physical spells out there, but still, ah, come on. I don't see this being good. I think there's a lot of better things out there. Yeah, I think the Exalted Top is better than that. Just a quick sweep. I wish I could apply the filter onto that. So if they allow me to apply the filter onto that, I'll make identified filtering rules. I can pretty much very easily predict which, oh not very easily, but I could build rules that detect good items this way. That would be quite nice. I also haven't really thought how I skill with my witch. So something I've deliberately done, I have not checked up how other witches are playing their characters. So I have no idea how they spec, I have no idea what tree they have. And I kind of went without a major plan as well. Need to check how expensive these are.
No. Too much clutter.
Oh, it was superior, but it gave artifacts a chance. Huh. Okay, lesson learned. Can we upgrade something worthwhile? Oh no. Temp chains. And I don't have movement speed boots. No. 20%. Okay, I do have some. Not that bad.
I could settle down here one day.
I'm not sure the Raging Spirits, by the way, are still doing a lot of damage. You know what? Let me... They're still doing a little bit, but... Yeah, so I think at this point we could consider doing that. $34. Oh, because it's cheaper. Or we can remove 2 and add 1 more. Let's go with that. That means we also have a new free spot. In general, I need to rethink my whole skill system right now. And you know what we also can do? I will get rid of Fortress. This just makes this whole thing very spammy and ugly. This makes the visuals much more clear, I think. Oh, what is this? I don't think I've seen that one yet.
Ancient power.
That's kind of cool. It's actually very awesome. Seriously, it's one of the coolest uniques I've seen so far. Guaranteed poison on hit. No, on crit, okay? But crit scale with your hit, so this is good. This is so seriously good. And it even has solid base stats. Actually, you had to check twice that this thing doesn't poison me on hit. Not fight. Thank you so much. Thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. Chaos orbs, kinda cool. Ebon Eye the Damned.
Your swamp fiends won't help you. Too much clutter.
I think you can stop checking these low level ones. This is actually something where PoE1 excels at quite a bit. I feel like the ritual rewards in PoE1 are much more interesting. Simply by the fact that PoE1 has much more content. You have like such interesting and wild items there. Ritual was always feeling like some insane thrift shopping or something like that. PoE2 is like here you have 10 magic items and 10 rares and 2 augmentation orbs. Enjoy your trash. Oh. Maybe we're not getting out of this one. I think we're not getting out of this one. Our first map death? No, nope, nope, not our first map death. We survived. That was close. And no minions died again. Why? Is it the chaos cloud? Is it the cloud? Something killed them. It's us versus Sandscourge Dead. I'm gonna check the rows while they are busy clearing stuff. This is kinda neat. the map is complete, but we haven't actually seen everything. We at least still miss the one ritual, right? So probably one somewhere here. This experience just now taught me that I want to have few more clerics. I'm not sure if this is sufficient help, but I hope it does increase the survival of my arsenals. Look at that stupid that when you run away, pretty much all your minions die somehow. Oh, it's still an exalted orb.
Speak.
I think this is a good moment to think about our links a little bit, and I still don't want to really use any Google up anything there. Just gonna spend a little bit of time thinking about how we can set up a better system. We do have some free links, so we could implement some new spells there or improve a few options. So my doggo has a martial tempo, elemental army, strip away, and fire exposure. I think I want to move the martial tempo maybe to the arsonists. They do benefit from the attack speed, I think. And the firebomb has attack time, right? Let me check. Yeah, they benefit from that. So I do want to move it there, but at the same time, I want to have the magnified effect myself on detonate that. And I want to remove Unleash there and instead use Spell Echo. So I think this is already better. Then we have Pain Offering, which has Ablation. I want to give it the... Yeah, that's fine. So Detonate That also has a skill radius. One thing I'm very certain about is that I'm going to keep using Detonate That. It's a skill that's way too fun to skip on. So I'm going to give it Clarity right away. And I hope with Magnified Effect and Spell Echo it will be much more fun to use. Alright, then the Doggo needs a new skill. I don't quite know what to link him with. Maybe we'll give him something like Meat Shield. We can't have zombies, and I don't feel like I'm using them enough or at all, honestly. So maybe we'll drop them there. Flamewell does seem useful, at least for now, to boost our minions. We no longer need it, so... Where's my arcane tempo right now? Arcane offering ablation, spell combat effect. Okay, arcane tempo is on the clerics with ingenuity and minion mastery. I think this is fair. I don't think we need to change that. So flammability is currently curse ground and heightened curse. I'm not sure how I feel about the curse ground. Maybe we can remove curse ground and instead use focused curse. It's pretty expensive to cast, but you should be fine. You can give it an additional link. How much damage does Doombless deal? 50% of your current mana. I mean, we can give it a try for fun. I don't think it's a good idea. I think it's expensive and pointless, but... I no longer think persistence is the thing we need on Flame Bow. I think I would rather have it on Pain Offering at this point. So our Arsonist is still our most important thing. His Martial Tempo, Scattershot, and Feeding Frenzy. I think this is technically fine. But maybe there's a better combination. Alright, Flame Bow currently has nothing. We're gonna give Flame Bow a Fire Mastery thing. Bone Storm has Brutality and Minion Pact. Not sure I'm using it much. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's also not incredibly useful, to be honest. And let's take a look at our gems again. I suppose we can use some sort of off-sacrifice setup in order to summon some empowered zombies. Just don't know if they are worth it, to be honest. I don't think I get enough information about what an empowered zombie is. I do. Never mind. They're faster, stronger, and just do double damage. Okay. I mean, I can give it a try out of interest. So for that, I need the ritual. And I would need a sacrifice for that. Now I would also need some sort of a second offhand scepter. Yeah, I think it might be an issue there. Because I would pretty much like to keep the one setup, but on the other setup I still want to use the same scepter. Ah, that's a shame. Just looking for a cool build what that character should make. I played Monk last. Monk has been very fun. Not sure if what else I can recommend there. Unleash Curse Ground. No, I think this is a bit too gimmicky right now. So what other skills can we get? One problem I currently have, I really don't feel like I need a lot more other skills, and I really would like to have more. I could probably like put something like shield charge there, but
Shield charge. Shield charge is best used for stunning a small group of enemies. This skill does more damage and thus more stun, based on the armor value of your shield.
wait, why can't I use that? Shield. Oh, there it is.
Not yet.
I think I'll slap Unbreakable there. And I'll also slap Wind Wave. In fact, I kind of want to get stunned there, so maybe instead we'll use the Wind Wave there. So if I do get stunned, I knock back enemies and get energy shield recharge. Doesn't sound bad. All right. The last skill will probably be Grim Beast, I suppose. Is there anything else you want to run there? Dark Effigy. I think having like one Skeletal Brute might actually be worth it. But they're quite expensive. I kind of would like to suggest that if you have one gem, that the first minion is free. This is kind of a suggestion I would really like to make on Twitter, because it's so much easier to make a minion mancer if you don't really need to concern yourself too much with this stuff. Just to kind of give players a more opportunity to kind of min-max things and add more interesting combinations. This doesn't get any flat damage.
Hold down the button for Bone Storm to conjure a mass of bone spikes above you. Upon release, these projectiles deal physical damage and increase the damage those enemies take from attacks. If you have power charges, the Bone Storm shards will explode in a much larger area.
It says debuffed enemies take from next attack. Is it just one attack?
Upon release, these projectiles deal physical damage and increase the damage those enemies take from attacks. If you have power charges,
if it's just one attack, it's pretty bad.
hold down the
I think Eye of Winter is probably the best thing I can get right now, simply to trigger the elemental weakness on enemies. Sorry, the critical weakness on enemies. What is the lowest level Eye of Winter I can get? Alright, so we've done some upgrades. Let's try another map. Let's go a little bit higher there. Let's try 10. I think 10 is already super risky, but I do not mind that too much. You guys want to follow? How does this work again? Okay, plus 0.5 crit chance, that's fine. It's not amazing, but for bosses it's still pretty good. I'll be right back, sorry. I'm back. A beautiful murder. Probably Pierce is better than what I've been running. There's so many buttons to press, you know? I need to... Which is so button heavy, not in a satisfying way in my opinion. I mean, I probably want some sort of automation there, and there probably will be ways to get it. There are already ways to automate this, but the problem is which is so spirit bound. I'm not sure I want that. Well, I might actually still try it out. Something like 1 minion deaths. I need to check what other options are there. I should not tank too much. I'm not a tank. I don't have tanky stats. I don't have good resists. I'm not sure if there's a ritual here. I don't think so. I think we're just looking to finish the map. Actually dying pretty fast considering that this guy just had only 2 minions alive. There they are, my friends are back. Essence of the mind. No, I was scratching my hand there and got pounded by some physical attacks. I mean, I'm honestly already quite impressive how the whole minion situation gives us so much more survival. We don't have a lot of defenses, we just have a nice layer of HP and energy shield. It's not really that big. But I like the consistency the witch can pull off. I think for like learning bosses, the witch is likely the best class. You probably can have so much ES. While completely focusing on movement because your minions are still doing stuff. The experience also pretty good here. You know, we can try an ultimatum soon. To really see how far our character can go. I think that would be pretty fun. I'm expecting to fail, but I can't see anything because I'm having a cat here. She's very cute, but still not transparent. We're still working on that. I'm gonna try to move her to a point. Maybe she can calm down and lie down here in front of the screen. Is she pretty adorable? Yeah. Frequently my screen looks like that. Okay, let me show you. And this is very adorable. Oh, there is a ritual here. Oh no, searching for that will be so hard. Thank you so much, Juan Solo. Much appreciated. Thank you, mate. It's very kind of you. Trying to figure out how many rituals there are on this map, but I can't with kimchi being in the way. Okay, where's the last ritual? Maybe somewhere here? Thanks, Braun. Yeah, I've been thinking about that. Well, the truth is, while, I know we have contributed a lot, but I also, it's kind of like there was a void and it would be filled by someone else. Still, I'm glad so many people are enjoying our work, and that is very nice. Thank you for your kind words. I've become the biggest fan of corpse explosion. Blowing enemies up in PoE2 is just the best thing. next to the nerf clock. Could quite be. Alright, let's see what we have there. Bad, bad, bad. I really hope they added the ability to filter rituals. We could do so much more with identified mod filtering. There's a lot of room for improvement. Well, we could get that and try rerolling. The issue is, to be honest, I barely have any money to defer anymore. Let's defer the second orb. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure PoE 2 will still change a lot and grow a lot. I'm very confident they'll become, in many ways, more mature. Yeah, I'm not in a rush as well. To be honest, the whole gameplay on other classes definitely helps me improve my filter, because writing a good filter is pretty much impossible without knowing the game well. So getting more game experience in is quite useful. Alright, I actually want to try out the ultimatum. I have only done one ultimatum on every character. I want to see how the 10-wave ultimatum feels. We have some points to allocate, and we'll honestly put them into resistance right now, just to make them a little bit more tanky. I feel like we will need that during the ultimatum, the capability of relying on our minions faster. And maybe even going this far, pretty much grabbing all of these nodes would potentially help us out quite a bit right now. I don't think I'll be keeping those long term. But I think as of now, they will be quite helpful. Let's see how the ultimatum feels like over the place. Oh yeah, I agree. I think right now I don't see it as a way. I'm not trying to I'm not trying to min-max stuff. I'm not trying to have like a huge amount of economy going on there and so forth. This is the worst state we've ever seen PoE2. I don't know about that. I think this is the worst state objectively, but I think the problem is we are very subjective players. You know, if the economy will be broken, or if the balance will be broken, even if the core gameplay will be better in the future, people will perceive it as worse. But I suppose we'll see. Less AoE and projectile speed, bloody hearts. The bloody hearts are annoying. I'm gonna probably go with the bloody hearts. They probably don't affect my minions. I wish they had given infinities. Yeah, I agree. It would be so much better. But that's definitely something we'll get there. You know, I'm not worried at all. Does this thing explode by default? I wanna wait and see if it explodes. Okay, it does, but doesn't deal any damage. Okay.
This is just a warm-up.
This is all terrible. I'm gonna go with bosses 0 and take less damage. Because I feel like bosses will be less of a trouble than the monsters.
Hold your ground, if you can.
I'm gonna try to be a little bit tactical there and stand around here so that we can be a little bit more effective with our rolls. Or it would be if the minions would play with me. No, never mind. There's no real reason to dodge these. We are making good experience so far. This huge dinosaur that spawns all the time in this trial, he's such a meme, has so little HP. I was told the bird is a problem. Okay, so there are 3 bosses, and one of them feels completely unfair. One of them feels completely, entirely, absolutely unfair. One of them feels like it's completely brain dead, and the other one is just good. By brain dead, I mean just doesn't feel very dangerous. But yeah, I do hope we won't encounter the bird. We might have to fight all 3 bosses. I mean, I can't expect that.
This is just a warm-up.
This is bad. All these are bad. I would probably prefer this. I don't have too much to do while the combat is going on. I will try to be careful with the volatiles. And I suppose they're dealing fire damage and our fire resistance is good, so... This is me coping, but yeah, I just like that basically you're always taking whatever the least terrible option is. Oh shit, wow, what happened there? I have no idea what happened. Was this a volatile? And this is kind of the trouble, you know? I honestly don't know what happened there. A Deathlock would definitely go a long way there. Oh, you know what? We have another one, I think. Not saying it's a good idea to run it again, but... or tree play. I need to enable instant replays with my... NVIDIA thing. Okay. So we should be able to do it again with 1 click. Let's see if I have another one. If we fail again, which I expect, we'll just do something else. So what is the lowest one that we can do? Oh, that's the Jin. They have a 76. That's very over leveled, but you know, we're gonna try it again. And if not, we'll go do the other one. I totally expect to die here. Absolutely, we are absolutely under leveled for that.
Dark arts seeks to bend.
When the Yuk have died, they could have a button to watch it last 10 seconds. Well, this is complicated.
Surely things will be different.
You know, this deck is not trivial to implement.
The exception are more common.
But I think if they would implement at least information about the
Ready. Challenger.
damage you took, maybe the source, at least the monster name, doesn't even give me the attack, you know. And potentially also the buffs and debuffs, I think I would be totally happy. Kinda know your state. That would help so much. I think the problem is the client literally doesn't know that. So I think the way GG coded that, that's just, they never accounted for that. The whole thing is optimized to send minimal information so that it's the network transfer isn't an issue. It's also that it's a cost factor. I think that's why it's not in there.
This is just a warm-up. They fall into a crazed frenzy.
This thing again. We got pretty much one shot last time. Well, it didn't feel like getting one shot, but it looked like that to me. But I think it wasn't. I think it took a lot of consistent damage. Users always demand things to be viable under coding. I think so. I think basically what they need to do is, so sending the information to the player all the time is not viable. But what they basically need to do is on the server side that tracks every single player. They need to track information about the last events that happened to the player. And if the player dies, they need to pretty much send this information, or at least a sort of dumbed down version of that, so that the client can display that. I think that would be probably the most effective way of tracking this. And the thing is, everything has a cost in terms of development and time, you know? And such features always come with a cost.
They grow unstoppable. Powering the monument requires souls.
Oh no, I hate this. I hate this one. This is also extra complicated because the souls you need to get, while you're carrying the soul stones, you take more and more damage. Maybe I should leave this one for last because it's the easiest one. And then while you're doing that, you can't cancel the animation and monsters attack you. It's a bit silly, I have to say. Alright. Run, 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 run. The music is so good in Ultimatum, so. I'd like for them to split spirit gems into specific slots so they don't have to decide between always on power and citation abilities. I agree. I think the gem system could use a little bit more work. I do have to say the gem system is already really good. So I think my main complaint about the spirit system is I would like to be able to have multiple setups without swapping the actual weapon. And I have like virtual weapon in the second slot but still using the same.
It's just a warm-up.
But I don't know if they want that. Okay, for that.
They counted you, bleeding and infected.
Okay, first boss. We are 3 levels under the area. What? As long as I'm dipshit, I haven't claimed. Did you know that some YouTube claimed something close enough that folks in the Act 4 town PoE got demonetized? What do you mean? I don't really understand what you mean, sorry. Thanks, Tetsuga. I don't feel like a great streamer. I think I'm a kind of niche streamer. But thank you so much. Okay, 1 second, I need to focus a little bit.
Obey me.
Okay, all minions are dead. All minions are dead. We have to wait a second there. They are back. We don't have a lot of minion survival right now, but the damage is very solid. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Just notice the dot on the ground. Where's our friend? Okay. Okay. Which GPU do you use? I think I have some command for that. Let me see what it is. Dev tools. Because it's gonna sound weird, but I'm not quite certain myself. I think it's a 3090, but I'm not sure. They claim the Act 4 town music. Really? That's insane. That's insane. Alright, so... all of this really sucks. I think Impending Doom is manageable, and think this is manageable. To be honest, I prefer reduced resistances because I would like to hold off on other AoEs for as long as possible, since it gives me more room to maneuver. And it doesn't affect my minions.
Is my power to wield.
I think I should link it with Shane, the Orb of Winter, I mean. So this is room number 5, right? 5 out of 10. Okay. It means 5 more. And 3 more bosses. Oh boy, that's gonna be tough. And that means we'll be fighting every 3 of the bosses. No, one of them is really rough. But...
What? Expecting praise?
okay, let's go with that.
Masses before
I
you.
think it's manageable, but we'll see.
Seek out the corners.
Oh no, not this shit. But it's still better than some others, so that's alright. The poison, however, is a mean thing. I just need to stay moving. Wait, does it proceed there? The map claims it goes there, but I don't know. I don't think it does. Well, not this way at least. Something killed all the minions. I wonder whether all the minions sometimes die. Wait, I still need all the soul cores. Is this the one? No, we came from here, right? Guys, I'm so confused. Where the hell are the cores? Is it... oh, do I need to click? No, 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 no. Okay, I see. Switch, switch, switch. Okay, I understand. Yeah, that is cool. I gotta give them that. But there's nothing here. Okay, okay, so I know how much damage it deals. Am I dumb? I mean, what? Use the elevator? What elevator? This one? Oh, I understand. Okay, yeah, I got it. Yeah, you're right, sorry. I'm very bad when it comes to orientation topology. This zone is not sadistic at all, you know, with insane amount of damage stacking here and all of that. So the last core is there. And stacks max damage on us. Okay, how do we get the last one? So we need to get down there, which means we probably go up there. No, wait. What happens if we click the switch now? We already hit one. Will it be available now? I mean, the wall goes down, and we have to reduce this wall as well, right? So it should be available now. Okay, cool. Okay, now that I understand that, it is actually quite cool. Oh. I think it's for 6. I think now it's the boss, the second boss.
I think you'll like this next one.
It might be a mistake, but I have no idea. At this point, anything might be a mistake, you know. Okay, so which bird is it? It's most likely another boss, right? Is it the same? Can the same boss appear twice? Okay, this is the harmless bird. That means the really bad boss is the last one. Okay, I'm gonna take the harmless back.
Birds really annoy me.
So yeah, I have the whirlwind bird last, which is gonna suck a lot because that guy has a lot of one-shots.
A true display of might.
Now let's go with grasping vines.
Your every move.
Number 8. Okay, just survive, right?
Try not to die.
Okay, ooh, 2 more. I'm super scared of the last bird. I'm not sure about her moves completely. It's gonna be very rough.
Don't expect the next round to be that easy.
Okay, we're gonna go with Blood Tethers. I think it's less damaging than 300% crit.
The rituals require blood.
Not sure which one it is. I think it's just killing a lot of monsters, right? The difference that these guys are already making my life very rough. Oh shit, I can't move! Bonk. I'm so slowed. Oh no. What is that? What is that? No. Saurian servant. Okay, we have multiple issues right now. The biggest one is we are dying, but also most of our minions are dead. Okay, the minions got revived. We got the level up. Very nice. I wonder why we don't have Steel Skin and Molten Shell. Good question. Maybe we'll get them. Maybe they are skills of other classes. But I'm not gonna pretend to know exactly why. Maybe they don't want it to be part of the usual gameplay loop.
Not many make it this far, mortal. Straight to the heart of the matter.
The problem is I'll get this really dangerous boss now. I have no idea how exactly fight it.
Challenge, ancient
It's
one.
at the very end.
Prove your might against this magnificent beast.
Yeah, this thing.
Obey me.
And it's lagging.
Shouldn't have picked that.
What? What happened? What happened literally? Cone lightning attack? Yeah, I saw the lightning, but I couldn't really... I didn't know it has this attack. My resist also pretty low in terms of lightning, which is a shame. It's just unfair. Yeah, I do want to check what the replay. Where can I find them? Yeah, thanks for this wonderful view, but what about the settings? Okay. Can't edit that? Beautiful. Cool menu. Alright, give me a second. That is very stupid. That is very stupid. Look at this move. So at range, I couldn't even see him charging this up, right? Or was there like a sign for that before that? Okay, you don't see that he's charging that up. There's no view. At this point, I can see it. I needed to dodge through the edits. That's some unfair shit. That is really unfair. That is really, really unfair. Yeah, yes, you really have to stay next to him, but block would have worked. I mean, I didn't have capped resistances. I have to say that I would have been stronger. I would have survived, but it didn't feel very fair. I just need to be honest now. Okay, where is the thing? Yeah, this is also great. Yeah, of course I wouldn't be there without... I mean, I am under-leveled for this area. Let's be honest, I shouldn't be there, but... It didn't feel like... I've been talking about that. I didn't feel like a deserved death. I'm okay with dying if I feel like it's a deserved death, like I've been chewing too much. You know... This is, in my opinion, very fair, but this wasn't like... It didn't feel like I deserved that. It was, I got hit by something off screen and then I just exploded.
Time is of the essence.
Let's get the other one.
Another barrier. Another chance.
Let's get
Oh no.
this over with.
How does the game feel to you? Overall, very good. I mean, it has issues, right? It's early access. It definitely needs more content. It needs improvement. It needs a lot of things, but it's a good game. The campaign is amazing. Best build for newbie? No, I really don't know. It really depends on what you're after, honestly, there. But I think Witch is actually pretty good for a new player. Please stop burning my minions. Wait, I saw this open this. I thought maybe it opens there. I did open it, right? Wait, didn't I? No, I think I dodged. I think I dodged. That's why. I'm level 75. Yeah, that's what happened. Okay, I dodged, and that's why the animation didn't finish.
I would give anything
Okay.
for a sip.
Not always taking this. We are not going this way. So we have the sacred water, which is probably better. You have no evasion. Room types unknown. Room types unknown. This is kind of irrelevant. I think the safest choice is probably this. This is also safer than this because this only gives us one choice, and this gives us two. So let's go up there. Also, ritual trials are always nice.
The ritual has been disrupted.
So we get the key. Room types are unknown, so I'm pretty sure I should want to go there and then either pick up the gauntlet or the... I think honestly... Oh, let's hurry up.
Stand tall.
A lot of water.
Of respite.
So we're gonna go with another large water shrine. And then more water. And then hope we'll meet a version soon where we can buy a ton of boons. Anonymous, thank you so much. Enjoy your Chimera pet. Oh god. More water.
Relish your mortality.
Mm. It's kind of tough to say. I think this is still better. Oh, we're gonna go with that for now.
Impressive endurance. Relish your mortality.
So maybe doing that is slightly better right now because we're gonna have 2 merchants in a row. I hope I can lose this thing. Less sacred water found. It's very annoying. Okay, not what I hoped for, but you know, since we are there. Oops.
shall aid you. Always, always, onwards. May that serve you.
Getting my ascension done, my third one. The fourth one's gonna be a pain. I was doing the...
Formidable.
I tried Ultimatum before and was actually doing it. It was going oh well, and then I got one shot by the bird in the 10th room. Yeah, someone carrying first. I tried to beat it myself somehow.
I knew you would succeed.
Yeah, third in the second one trial is very easy, usually.
The choice is made.
So we have 2 bronze keys. I'm gonna keep them up for now. We'll probably win Fourth Sanctum, I'm sure. Have you seen Fourth Sanctum? I mean, it is winnable, but it's very, very rough. I think I'll try it at some point, but I'm not sure my monk would take it on, to be honest. At this point, I'm very overgeared there. This is pretty much irrelevant. But we also have a lot of sacred water. Yeah, let's just go this path. I wouldn't mind changing this, removing something, but the problem is this is completely pointless. So yeah, you know what? Let's go with small options. I might try to win the 4th chaos at some point. But yeah, you know, I'll just stick to what we do the third for now. I need to level, I mean, a lot more. That's still level 75. You're very much welcome. But don't expect too many other updates, Jimbo. I'm taking a break from Monk to try out different classes. Right now, the difference between melee and cast is way too big in trials. I don't know. So at least not for Monk. Monk melee is still very, very powerful. I had no troubles at all with them. But I think Warrior melee is just kind of underpowered. At least it's my perception, but I haven't actually played Warrior much, so I'm kind of curious. Well, it's definitely rougher, yeah. In some cases. On the other hand, I've been basically freezing everything to death, and it's been pretty easy going with that. Yeah, I think the warrior just needs some better clearing tools, I agree. From what I've heard, this kinda is correct.
disrupted. Relish your mortality.
It's so weird that your minions die if you run away. I wish that would change, it's so annoying.
Ritual has been disrupted.
Is it like the bell where if you move too far away it just respawns? It kinda seems so. I'm not quite certain how it works, but it's pretty annoying. Do a quest with Tibu. Yep, that's what we're doing.
Impressive endurance.
No, kinda looks like I'm here. But I've been just silly.
Give my power to wield.
Ritual has been disrupted.
We need more of these. This is pretty good. Okay, boss number 2.
Two ancient guardians await you ahead.
Okay.
Be light on your feet.
Now! One down.
Yes, on.
One down.
That was an impressive display.
Yeah. My mouse died. Need to charge it up. Good timing, so. Cat is very unhappy because the things are getting moved now. I'm sorry, Kimchi. Where's the charging cable? It fell down, I think. Kimchi, you have to. Maybe Kimchi's on. Oh, Kimchi's in the charging cable. Sorry, Kimchi, I have to move you. I feel like sadly Relic's a little bit more boring than in PoE 1. There isn't actually much to look out for. There's like 1 or 2 good mods. But from what I've seen, at least I haven't actually seen a lot of interesting ones. The cat is back, slightly insulted, but for good reasons. There's a relic cache, front cache, voya cache, amulet cache, Joyo and amulet. Maybe we just open both. Kind of hope for more. Just 1 gem.
Always onwards.
Less damage taken, more damage dealt. Enemies have more less life. We're on a good road there. What is that? I have no idea what this is. Okay, let's give it a try. Also, thank you so much. Much appreciated. Thank you, mate. Enjoy your cameo. I could hit here a little bit. I think we have less honor swords, so it doesn't really matter that much. Accept the fickle blessing of the wind. Okay. First we need to survive. Okay, let's see what this is. Oh, that's pretty good. Just like everything. What did we remove? Okay, we removed the least useless one. Well, the most useless one, but still. Honestly, I don't even mind getting so many afflictions at this point. Because afflictions kind of mean we get teeth. I love these short ones. Fortunately, there's very few of them. Getting a lot of bronze keys. Pretty much you can open all bronze chests there. Dodge to that, I can just dodge. Also, you can just dash through that very, very easily. And didn't expect that.
A moment of respite.
If I even mind that, it could be just a free key for me. Now let's go for the silver key. The silver key is a free key. Well, not free, but... Oh, stressful room.
Impressive endurance.
Okay, cool. We get the merchant and the goat shrine. I think my issue here, I only played this on the monk so far, and I kind of got used to it. I know it's melee and it definitely is harder, I'm not denying it. But I kind of got used to it, it never felt too unfair to me. Especially once you have honor resistance, pretty much on most easy going. But I do agree, I'm pretty much not losing honor on my witch at all.
A great challenge overcome.
It's the best perk probably. But now to think about it, definitely monk was harder. I had to put a lot more swords into my movement.
That was close.
Okay, Scorpion. I actually never or usually bursts her down so fast. I still don't know exactly what she does.
Woman or scorpion, no matter. Now!
Make haste.
I can't move. Okay, I'm not quite certain what to do there. Oh, the quicksand, I see.
This was the end of the tide in my time. But I sense another being resides here. Perhaps you can challenge them, if you can find them.
Okay, so we got that. And I think I'm gonna go with the spirit first, which is probably the most aggressive one and least used. I'm not sure if I actually need it, but this is the most fun one. That means we now have a whole bunch more spirit. Mwah. More awesomeness. I probably should consider using Grim Feast at this point. So, we have 8 bronze keys, right? I wish mysterious wouldn't always mean bad. Arcanist, boots, mage. Oh, time lost cache. Is it a unique? Oh wow, 3 of these. I have never seen these so far.
I think not.
I've never seen these so far. That's pretty impressive. That's also pretty good. That was pretty bad. What did he want again? He wanted the boots, the 35% movement speed boots. Okay, that's fair. I did not expect for them to sell quite as well, but
Greetings.
I think should be a merchant. Of course, I can go to hide it from here. We'll take a look at these in a second. Can you start superior queue? Well, right now there's not even the FilterBlade filter out there, so you know, when FilterBlade will be out, we'll see how many styles will be available to begin with. Maybe none, maybe a few. Why can't I do that? And styles take a while to design. But I certainly want PoE 2 to have new styles. Kinda looks useful. I'm not sure if it is.
Take your time. Let me take that off your hands.
Let's see what we have here. Small passive skills grant damages quarter staves. Stun threshold. I think this is just bad. They have lightning damage, attacks with this quarter staves, and increased duration of ignite, shock, and chill. This could be slightly better, but I don't think it's really good. Maximum energy shield. Minions deal 1% damage. A shame it's 1, not 2. I would like to exile that one. Life and cure. Yeah. But let's see just how it works. So if I put this here, right, this gets added to every small passive like that. Might be worth using it occasionally, I suppose. So if I find something like useful, let's say here, I can see that being useful. That was actually good. It sadly lost all the minion nodes. I don't think it's good.
What do you think?
Not really using our gold right now. We could use it to buy some, to gamble with some scepters. Oh, let's gamble a little bit. I don't expect much. I think the chances of winning something useful here are very, very low. But
Seems like a good deal.
I do enjoy a little bit of gamba.
Oh, I like this one.
I wonder why the minion roll is so rare. In general, the waiting is so ruthless, I think. Okay, last batch. Unfortunately, these are pretty
Let me
bad.
take that off your hands. Bye.
Right, guys. I think that's pretty much it for today. We've been having a long stream and we got quite a bit of work done on the filter and then a lot of work on the witch done. I mean, we basically started in maps and we have the third ascendancy now, improved gear a bit, ran quite a few maps. So yeah, thanks for watching. I'll be back for more streaming tomorrow, I think. See you next time. Bye.
on flesh.